The rise of Africa, the continent, the diaspora, and BRICS explores the relationships that are affecting the global economy right now. This book explores the relationships of the African diaspora's influence on the African continent and why this is important in stabilizing relationships with an understanding of how BRICS impacts the future, good or bad. You can order your copy of The Rise of Africa today on Amazon.com. Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. The reason that I can say that is you have a couple of different factors occurring right now as we speak on the world stage. The dollar is being disrupted. Nations are no longer wanting to engage with the United States. But the third factor that affects each and every one of us is that there is a diaspora from the African continent that's willing and able to engage our brothers and sisters on the continent.
Every journey begins with a simple act of care. For Quest to Unite Africa, that journey started with something simple: a mother, a newborn, and a promise that no life would be forgotten. We did not begin with buildings, we began with people. We packed mother newborn kits with our own hands because real change starts where the need is greatest. Those kids traveled farther than we imagined, and they opened our eyes to a deeper truth. Aid saves lives, but infrastructure saves generations. So we grew. Together with donors, volunteers, and partners, we sent a medical container to Burkina Faso. Not just supplies, but hope. Not just boxes, but proof that when a community comes together, healing moves across borders. That moment changed us because we realized something powerful. We weren't just delivering help, we were building a future. Now the journey continues. The next chapter is bigger than a shipment, bigger than a campaign. We are raising funds to build a state-of-the-art hospital, a place where mothers can give birth safely, where families can find care close to home, and where communities can grow stronger for generations to come. This hospital is not just a structure, it's a promise. A promise that healthcare will no longer be temporary. A promise that dignity will have a permanent home. And just like every step before, we cannot do this alone. Every gift, every brick, every name placed on the founder path becomes part of a story that began with compassion and is growing into legacy. It helps us move from emergency aid to lasting healing, from containers to care that never leaves, from vision to reality. Join us, stand with us, help us build a hospital that will serve generations, moving healthcare into action. Visit q2ua.org today.
All right, shalom, salama, siemi, shalom. Greetings to all my Israelite brothers and sisters from around the world, whether you're of the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the house of Israel, or a Gentile grafted into the house under the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach. I welcome you this morning. All right, just to lay down some ground rules, especially within the chat for my moderators. If you see folks that are fighting, trying to openly cause dissent, look, I don't have a dissent amongst the brethren, right? That says in the word, and that's not going to happen here, especially on this platform. Please go ahead, block them. If you don't, and you've warned them, and they're still causing issues, then I'm going to treat that as a troll, and I will obviously get them banned and up and out of here. So giving you those admin notes early this morning, because a couple things that we're going to cover, and I'm a fast switch, fast paced person, so I'll read comments, read comments, and then try to stay on task with the commentary that is really needed, especially in this day, in this time, in this hour, and in this moment. And it's interesting because, even as we were talking, Brother Fast Nickel, Minister Rick, and myself yesterday regarding financials and finances, Brother Fast Nickel sent me a very interesting graphic done by Chat GPT. And basically, yesterday's stock market crashed at 1,152 points, which equates to about a little over around $800 billion lost. Around $800 billion lost. And, I tend to look at a lot of the Asian markets. They were already cooking up everything with things in Japan, things in Korea, right? China's kind of it's a little interesting because they've already kind of taken themselves or tried to wean themselves off of the dollar. And this crash is really the precipitation of people no longer trusting in the dollar. I had said that. That was the neo diplomacy. That's in my book, The Rise of Africa, the Continent, the Diaspora, and BRICS. These are the things that we are talking about because at the end of the day, we're in a season that this nation is wrapping up. Okay. So I want to kind of go through the layers of what I'm seeing because the expanding war does actually cause and moves and motivates these things as we're nearing the end of our captivity. Now, what does that mean to have the nearing of the end? There is a power and authority that they have, right? And that power and that authority is waning because what they're trying to do, they're trying to capture their power and their authority at the very end. And the way that this goes is that everything that you have you're going to have the interesting prospect that I'm sorry, I'm looking at something in the background. this was on a Bloomberg TV interview. I'm trying to find this. It is it's laughable. It's laughable. That's why I said there's a lot of things. Excuse me. that they're trying their best to basically lie to you as much as they can. And if they can't lie to you, all right, I got to. I gotta watch. We have to watch this in just a second. Because it goes into the impetus, right? Like Trump the other day. Oh, we're talking to Iran and they want to make a deal, and we're gonna be looking good, and then it was a surprise attack. So now people are looking to see, okay, who's really telling the truth. When Trump was on Fox News, it's who are you talking to in Iran? He totally did not answer the question because we're talking to no one. Who do you have? I have no one. Oh, well, they just totally came out of the blue and surprise attack. Yeah, you asked for a timeout during the middle of a fight. They're looking to see how crazy you are. Look, it's the slow uh it, I'm trying to say this as nice as possible. It's the child with the intellectual developmental delays that has that developmental delay strength, that intellectual diminished capacity strength. Back in my day, I don't want to sound so uh, uh, hasty, but we would call it retard strength. And unfortunately, you now have, when the retard strength isn't necessarily their thinking, because during that time, you would have black people on one point or time in a staff that's of a somewhat somewhat influential nature, to be able to advise of, or have the advice that would usually be pretty wise, that would usually have some sort of level of discernment to say, that may not be a good idea. The problem is you now have a bunch of yes men. And we said this. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. This is how, as we gave the anecdote yesterday of the Argentinian economy. This is how nations collapse, nations fall. I ask people, what do you see? What do you anticipate after the end of this? Are we going back? No, you can't. Why allow this nation to come back? They just conferred their meeting with their boss, that Eastern Mediterranean nation's prime minister, and guess what? You now have more attacks, more strikes, more targets, and the strikes are now expanding. Why? Because again, there is a time frame. They're not going to tell you the time frame. They're not going to tell you how close everything is. Who would say that? So what are they going to do? They're going to continue to lie and lie and lie. That's their nature. No matter what the data says, because remember, it used to be all about science and data. Okay. Till you give them evidence, and then they say, you know what? We don't trust the science. We don't trust the evidence. We believe, that's what Trump said. He believed, he felt, I got a feeling. He said he had to put that will I am that tonight's gonna be a bombing. All right, Iran is ready to go. We're gonna strike because only Trump says so. And people are just raving and crashing out and partying out like that's a good thing, not realizing that, again, when history comes back to this, when did America crash? At this point in time, we can actually literally go back and pinpoint times of failure. Well, this time. Look, when you're now on about over a half a dozen times, we're almost at about 20. I kid you not. A half a dozen times when you see pinpoints of failure, here's this, here's that. And then literally Japan, someone from Japan have an anonymous letter a couple of weeks ago. Hey, we're sorry to do this. Why is that? Because now positions are being closed. Positions are being closed. These margin calls are coming. So now people have to get funding to sell these to pay for these margin calls, or else they get sued and then they get liquidated out of house and home. So now everybody is jumping ship, and then they're going to say, no, it's a bounce back. Look, see the bounce. See, you're buying on the dip. See this, see that, and there's no support because margin calls are going to keep coming. So it's the rob Peter to pay Paul effect when everything was based off the ill-gotten gains. So please bear with me, family. I know YouTube is in the process of actively kicking folks out. That's what happens when you are speaking the truth. Your channel does get messed up. And the reason is it is simply because I'm showing different military folks. There's an algorithm. The algorithm looks at the thumbnails, the images, especially then with the content that I've provided. So they have the data points. So if they see that potentially it's going to be sensitive, because this is sensitive, these are sensitive matters, because now people can see the sensitivity of sorts. And how it is really affecting the nation, this nation. Back in the day, as you deploy, you don't have anything. You didn't have any communications. You only had a pencil and paper. That was it. You go on over, you better start writing, because everything you went to, wherever you go, you're not allowed to really say. That policy kind of lifted a little later, because then, well, everybody knows there's a lot of military folks in the Middle East. Yeah, bear with me, family. YouTube is actively kicking folks out. It is hilarious when I see this, because it always happens. So I spoke on a couple things today. The Dow, I spoke on the oil reserves, and they come through. I'm pretty sure there's probably creating some sort of, class action. YouTube thought old YouTube did this. Look, it doesn't matter. Oh, of course I'm breaking up, and my signal is really good. sitting down at my little work desk, my workstation. I know. This is going to be the age of censorship. You're now seeing it because it's going to go from the American troops to those that anybody that talks about, criticizes, or says anything contrary to what the state deems as acceptable. Your dissension is going to be an act of rebellion. Your rebellion is going to be treasonous. Oh, that's another big word. Boy, boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm hitting them algorithm words. All those that listen, all those, right? You're back into the age. It's not just censorship, it's going to be extreme censorship. Because now they have all of the tracking mechanisms that, hey, we saw you here, or we suspected you of doing this there, or we suspected you of meeting with this potential person that was in the area there. I don't know this person. I never interacted with them. Not according to our data. Show the data. Where is this? You know that they can now just fabricate just about anything, right? If they control the systems, they control the data. Then guess what they're going to control? You, your body. And here it comes, the worst case scenarios, because again, we would have healed Babylon. She refused to be healed. I was watching a video sent on over, some video sent on over to me earlier of a African American, a Hebrew brother, an Israelite brother, Yasharal, a Yahudin, being or talking about his surviving a lynching by a white mob over in southwestern Georgia. And I had to look because I said, I know I said I've driven by there. Like I know the area when I saw the town. It was still a town on the, unbeaten path, little by Albany, and I've been over by Albany, and Albany was kind of interesting. You get a different feel. And, that attempted lynching, it still haunted him to this day because he survived. And what he did, he went to the sheriff. He told the folks, the community went there, and, there was it was interest in the area. At the end of the day, no one got charged. Surprise, surprise. That's still the same thing that they're trying to do with the Nolan Wells situation. And what you have happen now, shout out to Willie D. He's been keeping the story alive. That's how the world works, or they think the world works. If you don't like what I'm saying, I'm going to threaten to delete you. You will not be able to talk on this side of the grave. Have you noticed that those threats are not able to work? Have you noticed that that's not a a throat gulper like it used to be. Oh, well, I gotta. Uh, the atmosphere has changed because why? Because the curses are reversing. They know that. Yeah, Taylor House Publishing also. Yeah, that brother's been coming through because now there's so many of these stories we can't even keep count. And you could tell when this nation is getting ready to be a wrap because the blood and the bodies of our people, they can't be it's no longer a subtlety. It used to be subtle. It used to be, well, I don't know. If that was gonna happen, then it would be happening all of the time. Right? That would be the case. That would be their very, very shallow excuse that they would try to provide. It would happen all the time. And then it's like, no, it does happen all the time. It's just that the sophistication, we had to catch up and it had to work both ways. And on top of that, the Most High had to allow things to come to the table. It's the Most High's timing. Not yet, not yet, not yet, now. Yeah, we have so many of these lynchings that are occurring. Excuse me. That they can't really hide anything anymore because now they're being heavily impacted by not only their money being devalued, but now this war that's expanding. And as this war expands, I'm going to ask, and I have to really, I really have to go there. But I would always ask myself this question, even when I was in military, even when I was in the uniform. How could any of them trust this nation after understanding what they've done to us, the people that look like me? And quite simply, I can now truly understand why they did that. It wasn't trust, it was abject fear. And they were fearful that they would be the next Muammar Gaddafi, or they would be the next one whose family had been targeted or had a inconvenient accident. And those accidents would do just enough. Look, I told you, and I know that people don't get this. Slavery wasn't just perfected on us; it was also perfected on them. That was slavery. The impacts of slavery. Okay, yeah, all right. They're gonna they're gonna be off the plantation, but we now know how to terrorize. When people don't realize that terrorists and terrorist organizations, terrorism, counterterrorism, people don't even understand that Osama bin Laden was literally trained by the CIA. They admit it. And they admit it because they were so happy about that because, again, that was the direct counter via proxy to the Soviet Union back in the late 80s, or excuse me, in the 80s. And what were they doing? They were creating terroristic actions and approaches via the Mujahideen to kick out the Soviet forces, and then the Taliban came in. And they were like, yay. And then they realized that the Taliban wasn't too friendly because they're like, yeah, we won, but the methods, we don't want to ever employ those again. And then from that day on, they were persona non grata. Shalom, Sister Chantel.
Shalom. Hello, everyone. How is everyone today?
Well, listen, um, I got, oh, I have this. Um, bear with me. This is fair use.
Take a
Fair
deep
use.
breath.
This, yeah, there is a lot of content that I want to cover here. Because this will actually impact your neck of the woods. And for a lot of people that don't understand, the US backfills allow the petroleum product, or basically a large percentage of petroleum products, over to the UK and that Eastern Mediterranean nation. This is a fact. And that backfilling became even more prominent after what, Brexit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because with Brexit, the 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 reason that the UK kind of left was because of, obviously, Trump was like, well, we're going to take care of all your needs and everything else, and we got you. And, by and large, that has worked for the last couple of years until this war hit. And, there's a reason I'm kind of delaying in this monologue right here, because I want to share with you what the Secretary of Energy has stated right here. Um, this is coming from the horse's mouth. This is from Drop Site News. With the Strategic Petroleum Reserve at a 4-decade low, Energy Secretary Chris Wright insists the U.S. is a long way from the operational floor and says critics don't understand how the SPR works. He noted that the planned SPR draws running into the fall will still leave over 200 million barrels from a maximum capacity of 715 million barrels. And I'm going to say this: planned, okay? Planned, but we're in a time of war. Nothing's planned. I even put that on out there in my little description. Unplanned events, unplanned activities. Nothing is planned. So I want to show you this, and that the releases are trades, not sales. Okay, trades, not sales. Why are they trying to do that? Because we're backfilling all these other nations that are affected. Hey, give us oil, and we won't really complain. But the moment that we're lacking, it's your fault, right? You're going to be the scapegoat. That will leave the reserve fuller after the Iran conflict than before it. Not really, but Wright's account of the SPR's mechanics and balances is its own. The reserve is at its lowest level since the 1980s, and I want to play this. So, fair use. This is Bloomberg Radio.
as we consider the supply of oil, we also have to factor in the reserves that the U.S. has and that the rest of the world has been tapping into over the last several months as this conflict has been ongoing. Mr. Secretary, we know the SPR is at the lowest level in 4 decades, more than that. And I wonder how much lower realistically it can be allowed to go, where the operational floor is and what the plan is if we reach it.
Oh, we are a long way from the operational floor. I've heard some people that don't understand, not you, but I've heard people who don't understand how the SPR works saying, oh, it can't go below X amount of barrels. That's just not true. They seem to misunderstand that it's just oil in these caverns and otherwise it's air. All of these caverns are full of a combination of water and oil, and they are all
full of water and oil.
You can smell the lies, can't you?
But you know the way that he said it, he said it with such conviction, right? Hey, it's full of water and oil. Don't worry about the oil levels.
Because he practiced in the mirror.
It's full of water and oil. Straight face.
It doesn't. Water and oil ain't supposed to mix together. So, yeah. Okay.
So they have to refine out the water, so that's even more of a production because they're not taken out. And then where does that water go that they're refining? Because again, if you have to understand everything that they're doing in this administration is just full of shortcuts. Shortcuts after shortcuts after shortcuts. Oh man, we can't really eat anything because the water's contaminated. Shortcut. Man, we can't even, we can't even water our grass. We can't even water. We're in drought conditions. We can't even water our crops. Shortcuts.
Actually, Puchner is right. He did say water and air first. I do distinctively remember air being in there.
Yeah, it's like it's just not just air. It's not just air, but we got water. It's full of water and air. What?
It's like a Freudian slip, in it.
It made sense to him. It made zero sense to anybody. The markets are crashing today. Whatever you got to sell, this is not financial advice.
Look at the still. His eyes are shut while his mouth is open and lies are fleeing out of it.
Well,
he can't even look at he just only want to see when it comes out.
No, Minister Rick, this is not fracking. This is a strategic petroleum reserve. This is in fact this is where the oil
is being reserved.
Exactly. Gets siphoned off for the reserve that is at 715 million for the capacity, and it's less than that. It's less than a third.
Don't they depend on Canada for fracking?
And now they're dependent on Canada, yes, because even
Canada don't want to do it no more,
and Canada doesn't. So now the U.S. is trying to refrac, and this is now you have these earthquakes in Oklahoma and other places all around. Again, you have earthquakes from explosions, so they say, here in off the coast of Florida. I want to continue to listen. I think it's fair. Let me listen to this.
Always 100% full. We just use the water to displace the oil out of these caverns. But with the planned sales we have, which will run into this fall, we'll still have meaningful supply, over 200 million barrels of oil in our SPR at the end of those releases. And what's great about the releases we're doing through the Trump administration is we're not selling these barrels, we're trading them. At the end of the day, these releases will add more than 40 million barrels a day to the storage in the SPR after the conflict than we had.
The sad thing is, he's saying all that, and you could just see logically It makes no sense. And the track record of everything that they've been saying, it makes no sense. Now, if they have been doing what they've been doing, okay, all right, I can see maybe. No, this is desperation talk. And nobody believes desperation talk. And the reason is I'm going to get ready to show you.
If they're not selling it, what are they trading it for?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's the question. You when does America not crave money or everything about America is about selling this or buying this or whatever. So I'm like, when do you ever do trade? And trade, it has a more fair connotation to it than just selling, right? Because when you're doing a trade, it's usually of an equal, so
Equal
it's like,
value. And
right.
here's the thing, and who's gonna trade? Who's gonna trade the oil now that you now have a 45% impact on global oil that
Who
cannot
wants
be
to put
rebuilt? Exactly. It's not going to be rebuilt in 3 months. It's, you know what I'm saying? They plan. No, they planned for a failure. Well, because the plan didn't go as we thought it was going to go, but we planned that, it was supposed to go that way. No.
This is
Man,
going all the way back from Biden. You know that, right?
well, it's even before Biden. It's Trump, Obama. This was the failure. We were involved in wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and now to try to stimulate the economy for a little bit before they can enact their master plan. Well, let's try to figure this on out, or let's try to do this, let's try to do that. Let's try to work on, this particular function. Oh, give me a second. I'm having problems with this article. Because everything is a paywall, and you are not going to get the information that you think you're going to get. That's just what happens. All right, here we go. If I can share this is from the lovely BBC. All right, Sister Chantel, the lovely BBC.
Oh yes,
We
lovely.
had a discussion on that. We had a discussion on that yesterday. She was like,
You can't go wrong with the
nobody wants
BBC.
that.
You ain't trying to watch it. They scam us. To watch that, you've got to pay for TV license, and they're the only network, the only channel that requires us to pay TV license, all because of the fact that they don't want to show adverts.
Mm-hmm.
I hate adverts anyway, but I'm not willing to pay about 200 pounds for it. Are you mad? A
That's
year.
crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's ridiculous. But here is something I had talked about yesterday, and surprise, surprise. Drone attack caused fire on gas ships at Mediterranean port. Egypt says, from David Gritton. This was about less than an hour ago. Egypt's cabinet has confirmed that a drone attack caused a fire that broke out on Wednesday on 2 ships at the Mediterranean port of Damietta, a key liquid natural gas hub. No party has claimed responsibility. A statement said, adding that the authorities were continuing to investigate the incident and take the necessary measures to preserve Egypt's Egypt's interest in national security. The drone reportedly hit a U.S.-owned floating storage floating storage and regasification vessel, Energos Winter, sparking a blaze that spread to a Greek-owned LNG tanker, Gaslog Salem. Verified videos posted on social media. Verified videos, keyword. Posted on social media showed clouds of black smoke rising from the port and tugboats hosing down the ships with water. The fires were extinguished and no casualties were reported by Egyptian authorities, who said the port was continuing to operate at full capacity. Well, it is. That could be probable, but not when you just had two ships that got hit. So Energos Log and or Winter and Gaslog Salem left the port and moved ashore following the incident, according to ship tracking data. They said it is not clear where the drone was launched or who was behind the attack. However, Iranian forces and Iranian-backed arms groups have carried out similar attacks. Now, I wanted to show the Wall Street Journal before it cut me off, because they were trying to directly link and attribute the attack to Iran and Iranian forces. Well, actually IRGC, not just Iran, but IRGC. And, unfortunately, I can't get that article. I'm definitely gonna try. I'll see what's going on with that. But I want to let you all know there's a couple of different things that's happening right here. What is going on is that it's showing the capabilities of the war expanding out to the other parts of the Middle East, and now you're touching directly the Mediterranean Sea. Earlier this year, Cyprus was targeted. I don't know if it did any damage or the extent of that damage, but that spooked British forces.
And I was going to say, you're heading into European territory. They're not going to stand for that. They're not going to like that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it in the Middle East. Do not let it go anywhere past the Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how much they were trying to get Greece and Turkey to handle their beef?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they wanted to have Greek forces in there. They want to have Turkish forces, and honestly, Greek and Turkish forces are actually unreliable. You got to remember, the Greeks have dealt with this for a couple thousand years.
Them two don't like each other at all.
And they don't like each other. They know who they are. They know how they fall. They understand their diametrically opposed reactions, but they also know that they're not going to be manipulated per se by the West. And don't get it twisted. Greece's economy is in shambles. They're in ruins.
Been that way for a while, and not only that, all the fires that they've been having as well. Their infrastructure has never been the same.
Exactly. That's going to be the same with France. I always, when people talk about the fires and that they're going to rebuild, what people don't understand, what are they going to rebuild with? With what equipment? With what materials? Especially if those materials are going to be costing more. Because now Africa is requiring a trade balance, so there's no longer a trade imbalance, i.e., things are going to be more expensive for the Europeans to rebuild.
Yeah.
as these disasters are happening.
Let's not forget that France was underwater last year as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had the floods too.
Yeah.
They had the floods, and now they're having the fires. Yeah, they're not catching a break.
Nope. Oh,
And
and Ninja
go ahead.
Firewolf. Yeah, I was just gonna say to Ninja Firewolf. Yeah, I do remember. I haven't forgotten that as well. The UK decreased their military as well.
Mm-hmm.
They've been doing that incrementally for a very long time. Actually, I think they got rid of what is it, Trident? Um, 10 years, maybe 15 years ago, or something like that. Yeah, they've been. I mean, Uncle Asaph could probably go into more details on that, but they've definitely been decreasing their military because everybody the thing is, everybody's been reliant on America. We don't need our military. America could just do that. That because America is the attack dog.
Mm-hmm.
So you got an issue, send the American, send in the Americans. Actually, what you are, I'm going to be honest.
We're
This is
mercenaries.
how
We're
you're.
mercenaries.
Actually, you're not even you're cannon fodder. That's what you are. That's what the Europeans see you as.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because when when they're like, oh, the Americans have screwed up, then they send in the what they called over here. They were called they're not called that anymore. The oh gosh, I've forgotten. But they were operating out of what's it called? Oh my gosh, they did a lot of things. They oh my gosh, the special forces over here.
Are you talking about SAS?
That's it.
Oh,
Why can't I
yeah,
remember it? Yes, yeah.
yeah.
They send them in.
Mm-hmm.
They're special and they don't take the glory. They're quite happy to just
So they
America
stay in the
can take that.
background. They fade out to the background.
Yeah. They don't want the glory because that's how that's what I keep telling you guys. This country does not operate with flair. It doesn't do that. They don't want that because when they understand that when the poop hits the fan, it's gonna blow on you. That's
Yeah,
what they're hoping.
yeah. Because you got to remember, and you know, these are really candid discussions. And I can't. There are levels I can take it and levels that I can't take these discussions. But these are very candid discussions because the reality is this: they're closer. The UK is closer to the conflict, to the
Yeah.
war front. So at any time, and let's just be honest, the UK is small. It's an island.
What the
It's
heck?
an island.
Definitely.
60 million people. 60 million people. It's less of a population than Iran. And I think a lot of people, you know, they tend to forget that these European countries, they don't have a lot of a very big population. They don't. America has really the biggest population out of them all. We're at 330 million, supposedly. So our population size, it dwarfs in comparison to these European nations. It just does.
Mm.
So now, as everything's expanding, well, now the Europeans are like, well, you need to do your job. What's your job? You need to go on over and start catching these rounds for us.
Mm. Sorry, get better, Uncle. I hope you get better.
Yeah, we're praying for a swift recovery. He is there in hospital? Is it hospital?
Nobody said what are you talking? Nobody says that.
Hospital?
Actually, in Birmingham, they pronounce it hospital.
Hospital?
Uncle Asaph is in hospital, in it.
Mm. So yes. So this brand of warfare, the Europeans don't want to engage in, but they know they're going to have to engage because, again, you heard it from someone that is right there in the European area. They don't want anything to cross Number one, there's two places that they don't want things to cross. They don't want things to cross the Black Sea.
Mm.
Okay, couple places. They don't want things to cross the Black Sea. That includes the Bosphorus Strait, right? The Bosphorus. And they don't want things to cross the Mediterranean.
Hmm.
The
Do you
moment,
feel,
yeah, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was just going to ask, do you feel that they would submit? I kind of feel that Europe would submit. They don't want. Look, Europe has been fighting for a lot longer than, and we know they've had more wars in Europe than
Mm-hmm.
all the wars combined across the world from beginning to now. Europe has been fighting, constantly fighting. These people don't want no more fighting. There's no more fight in them to have. They're fed up of it. That's why America was what they need them to be. So I kind of feel that if it gets to the point where it becomes really hard, they would rather they'd submit. I think they would submit. I really do. I don't. But I
Yeah,
don't.
there's again. What does even the word says it? That what the harlot, right? And the beast. Look, these
Yeah.
folks will overthrow. Hey, because why? Because Europe knows how to survive.
What
Quite
they know
simple as
how to
that.
do is take each other out, though.
Yeah, they'll take each other out, but in terms of existential crises, that is not allowing them. Look, when they get checkmated, they'll be checkmated for a time. Don't think that they just are down and out for forever. That's not how they roll. But for a time, okay.
But America was just the experiment. As far in the Europeans' mind, uh, both I would say higher ups as well as the average, they see it's nothing more than a colony, and it's like, okay, so let's, you know, scorch earth. This is done. We've
Hmm.
run the course of this experiment, but Europe has to remain, no
Remain.
matter
Yeah.
what. Europe has to remain.
Yes.
Whichever way it goes, even if we have our legs broken, but as long as the head remains,
Hmm.
we will survive, because the oncoming war later on, when we're in our land, does not come from America. Oh no, it's not coming from America. It's the combined forces of all of these people from the east, yes.
Hmm.
And we know that the scripture even talks about certain places in Africa that's going to come for us as well, because
Hmm.
everybody wants access. We will probably be the only nation, after everybody else has literally ran through all of their resources, because do not get it twisted. It is always about resources. It's about greed.
Yes.
And
Hmm.
everybody would have literally done out theirs. And then their eyes will turn. The scriptures literally says that an
They
evil
have a
thought
will
will come
thought.
into them.
Yep.
Right.
Hmm.
Let us go in and take as we once used to. That's what they're going to
Yep.
think. Because don't get it twisted, these other nations within the African sphere, right? That there's always been well, we know that there's a tribal mentality there, and we've always had a back and forth with these other nations, because Israel was there. So that means that not all of these nations are our friend. Some of them we were literally fighting and beefing with forever,
Hmm.
right? The only reason we coming together now is because we understand that these people have a hatred for anybody that is melanated, because we are the ones that will survive and they are the ones that will not. It's as
Mm.
simple as that. Just the same way as the Europeans, they understand what do you think whiteness was brought about for? We need to come together, those of us that have this skin, because again it's about resources. They understood that your skin was a resource. The fact that you could survive. Do you not think during slavery, when they would sit on the porch and they'd watch us, the envy was there? for the simple fact that they're filled, all those petticoats and stuff. That was a layer of protection. That wasn't because sense and sensibilities, my love. We have to dress like this. It's just not proper. These people were rolling around in mud. Please don't get it twisted that all of a sudden they become noble. Noble which part? Everything that every portion of nobility that they find on them, excuse my language, they find on them, they got from us. As they like to mock us. We were kings. Yes, we were, and we coming back again. So what? Sorry.
They always had some sort of melanation to try to keep the lines right, royal per se. Hey, we do have some of this, we do have some of that. It's historical. They already know it's historical. But going back to what you had just said, Sister Chantel, that crosses the line in terms of the fight on the Mediterranean. That crosses the line.
Mm.
And have you noticed how Europe has kind of they've been very wishy-washy. Well, we don't really like Trump, but we like Trump. We like America. And they've been really wishy-washy because again, in Europe, this is not a war that they want to face because who literally brought about this war? The United States did.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
what
the
they're
rest.
more about, is the fact that they weren't consulted with this.
Mm-hmm. And now they're getting mad. They're getting mad because they now understand that it wasn't just an excursion. Oh, we'll take this on out. Okay, well, they didn't really complain about Venezuela. Whatever.
No.
But Iran, and now we're now 153 days, getting ready to reach over 5. Well, now we're actually 5 months into this from February 28th. And
They
people
didn't
are
even
spooked.
complain too much about that place either. Not really.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Because,
They
again,
only
resources.
they only started to complain when Iran actually struck back, and
Yeah.
Iran was like showing their arsenals and everything else. They actually started to complain when Iran was showing the range fans of what their fatahs and their Karim Shahs and everything else that they could do with their hypersonics, and it was covering most of Europe. And then they really started to complain when Iran had a capabilities test and targeted Diego Garcia.
I think also that the complaining was due to the fact that they fully understood that, look, they understood that this is going to escalate. I do not think that these people didn't realize that Iran could literally screw up the distribution of everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Everything.
and that's Europe depends very much on anything that comes out of the Suez Canal.
Mm-hmm. The Suez. Yes. So when you see this port, the way that it's happening over in Egypt, that's the gateway to Europe.
Yeah.
Now Yafan saying who hit Egypt's port. They're not saying just yet. They don't want to say just yet. Now, and I could tell you there's suspected, because it could be Hamas, but I don't think Hamas really cares too much about that because again, Hamas really needs Egypt's support there in Gaza to be able to open that up. So I don't think that it would be Hamas per se.
That would be cutting your nose off to spite your face. They would. I don't think there's no sense in that.
No, there's none. Iran wouldn't do that because they know that by and large, they do need Egypt support for Gaza to be able to bring aid into that also. But the folks that don't give a you know what about nothing,
Never have and never will. We
never
know
had, never will.
the people that don't belong in that place.
No. We're talking about on the other side, a little
Oh,
south.
right.
We
Yes, yes,
talking
yes,
about
yes, yes.
we talking about the Houthis. Look,
Yes.
look, everybody. That's that's your homeboy. That's your homeboy. That's like, man,
They're like they're really the wild card, aren't they?
yeah, yeah. Look, as soon as he popped his trunk, everybody was getting sprayed up. I don't care who you are. Everybody's taking these pop, pop, pop. I think of Arsenio Hall's character in Harlem Nights when he just shooting the weapon, shooting the gun. That's, you know,
They really don't care,
everybody's
do they?
yeah. He just told. He gives you that 5-second warning. You need to get up on out of here because everybody dying. You know what I'm saying? That's that.
The warning was the warning.
What?
He ain't giving
You
you no
don't.
time after
You
that.
can't. Your body cannot process what he just said. Your legs are just moving. Wait. Why? Huh? Why is my body moving? I'm still trying to. You looking like a dinosaur. You just walking like Jurassic Park. Like Negro. Don't even think about it. Just keep walking. But I need the ward, man. Man. I don't know. I got. I don't know.
The honey badgers of the Middle East.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They'll
That's
fight
exactly what
anyone.
happened.
They don't care.
Yeah. And that's why they're not trying to say anything because if again they're showing that capability, and it's not that they haven't done this capability before. It's been proven many a times that they targeted ILAT, International Airport, earlier this year. That's why they had to pay concessions. The U.S. had to pay concessions on behalf of that Eastern Mediterranean nation.
Right,
And
when is
now,
America going to get fed up of just paying the way for this, that? You know?
well, they don't listen. They don't care about money. I told you that. Look, they have no use for silver, no use for gold. They don't care about none of that. Oh, they're about to. They're economically disadvantaged. They're like, so we can
Who are you talking
economically.
about?
They're like, we can economically disadvantage you. What ships you got coming? What ships you got
Mm,
coming?
yeah, keep that mocking and we'll see.
Where your ships at? Uh, uh,
At the
uh,
bottom of the sea.
and now this is where again, oh, we got all this oil, we could do this, we could do trade. You ain't gonna be doing no trade when they're diminishing your capacity, when you're not having the supply that you once had. Well, we're planning for it. Look, Trump was planning for this war to be done in what, a weekend, right? A quick excursion. He literally said it, 2 or 3 days, a week.
The arrogancy of them, like, and people would say, "Well, Trump this." I'm like, no, it's the arrogancy of all of them because they all think like that.
Okay. Yesterday, when I said this, and I know that this was probably shell shocking a lot of people yesterday, I said this. And I meant it, and I still stand behind it. I said this. I said, you will run out of oil, and they won't even tell you. You'll just find out the very next day. Oh, this supply's gone. That supply's gone. The only people that's going to have oil are emergency supplies and emergency essential folks, i.e., medical folks. If you
Yeah,
are an emergency and you've been deemed or you have credentials at a hospital, police department, fire department, any type of first responder, any type of, county worker that they've deemed, city worker that they deemed, military personnel, then you will be able to purchase oil supplies, probably from a highly controlled area. Highly guarded, highly controlled. Everybody else, you're sitting it out. If you're not there to work on electricity, sewer, things of that nature, you're sitting it out. And people
Some
are like,
people's
no.
cars are going to get raided.
What's that?
I said some people's cars are going to get raided.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be all sorts of, you're going to have to get those little filter locks again. Because, that's exactly what's going to end up happening. So I would actually say, it may be a good idea to, look for that on Amazon.
Before Amazon, before the shipments become non-existent.
Exactly. I would say that would be a good idea. Good idea. Now, ain't gonna be no World War II style gas rationing, because you have to understand it. Yeah, it'll only be because again, if you're in a food desert area, look, that will drastically change my habits. But hey, if I have to walk to the grocery store, I can at least walk to the grocery store. I can at least do that. But the problem is, when will that grocery store be open? Will it only be open for this time, and that time? Or will they, deliver groceries like Amazon? For those that are doing Amazon or deliveries, those are the only people out and about. Everybody else, you're confined. Because why? Because you can actually do that. Put in your request. What is your request? My request is this. What's your license plate number? What's your car number? Where are you going? We think that is so out of the realm of impossible. That's what they're trying to do with these data centers.
Well, it's digital. Everything's digital.
Yeah. Look, we did that in the military. Where are you going to go? What are you going to use with this government vehicle? Well, you have to do this, and this. You have to put that in an electronic database, and then there you go. Here's your odometer. Don't speed. You're tracked. We already knew that we were satellite tracked.
You're tracking, and that's the whole point. They can track you now. So now, and not only that, this is one of the reasons why, as much as you think that they don't want electric cars, they do, because electric cars basically means control.
Mm-hmm.
The government wants you to have electric cars. Don't get it twisted. They do, because then.
Look, that's what they want. They want you to have a bike. They want you to have a bike. And it's not what if. That is what they want. They don't want you to have a a machine of rapid conveyance.
have one of those multi-family bikes.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're not talking about no bodas either. Bodas are like the little motorbikes over in Africa, where you be having 5-6 people on them bikes.
Mm.
There you go. Hop on board.
They just want you to have a push bike. Oh my gosh, they're trying to turn you into China.
Well, it's going to be China, but it's going to be at a worse level, right? And again, there's no. So China was trying to. They were at least trying to get their people used to that system, right? Used to that idea. There's no type of desensitization period. It's literally you're just going to be shocked. And I think people forgot that 6 years ago, over 6 years ago, that's what happened here in the United States. That's what happened with the COVID, with pandemic. Hey, 2 weeks to stop the spread. Hey,
Mm.
and, they're going to say this. They're going to say, hey, we're here. It's going to be a very painful time in America, but we can do it. As Americans, we can do it. As Americans, we can do our fair share. That's okay. I'm literally giving you these talking points that they're going to do. You have to be able, and then, the rich people are going to be like, fair share, nothing. How do I get my little exemption pass? Who do I need to pay for? Because with Trump, I can pay for anything.
Trump's just gonna take your money. He ain't gonna give you nothing. Ask Nicki Minaj.
And what exactly? And what they'll quickly find out, you were all in the same boat. You were all in the same boat.
Trump don't do nothing for nobody, not even rich. He's all about the 1%. He doesn't care about like these celebrities and actors, musicians, whatever, sports personalities. They don't care about you. You think because you got a little bit of pocket change, you think that you see yourself better than the rest of us. But as far as Trump and the rest of them see you, I mean, Trump ain't nothing anyway, but he wants to be one of them. But as far as they see you, the rich and celebrities, they see them as how the celebrities see us. They they see them as ants. They see them as a bother. They're quite disgusted by them anyway, because it's like, ew, you want to no, go away with your little pocket change. Get out. Your
Yeah,
change from the
comparatively speaking, yeah, they
yeah.
all your celebrities are just, they're no better. They'll do the rituals to try to act like they got somewhere, but
Yeah, I'm part of
no.
Illuminati. Illuminati which part? Shut up.
Mhm.
You don't know
They're now
Jack.
they're now realizing how the system actually works, and everybody that got conned into it. Well, you got that gift. You can sing, you can rap, you can act, you can appease the masses. But that's what they want. They want people to have people fall asleep, right? They want those modern day sirens per se.
Mhm.
You know, can you lull people to sleep? Can you get them into that marine world, that aberration, right? And then at the same time, it's like, look, you'll never be accepted, man. You're a daughter, you're a son of Jacob. Look, you already know you can't be in this house. We'll use you, maybe abuse you, and then depending on how clean
Maybe.
your blood is, they'll consume you. You know, I you think we're playing? Yeah, Master Yahoo had said because they'll be able to mandate Sunday Sabbath rest, forcing you to obey the dictates of Rome.
That's a 7 Day Adventist wet dream right there. Excuse me, but there is anybody that knows their doctrine. They'll be like, see, I told you.
Yep.
They love that. They'll love nothing more than to be saying, "Look, we were right." And it's like, here's the thing. Like, I've spoken to a lot of them, and I'm like, I'm not against. We. It's not that we don't believe. Like some of these SDAs, they really truly believe that we don't keep the Sabbath. Like, because we don't go to church, we're not keeping the Sabbath. Like, we know, but the difference between us and you is that it's not just about the Sabbath. That's just one thing. How many other things that these people have broken? Look how many of the people within the Gentiles within that denomination that are still just as racist, still hating on true, real biblical Israelites amongst them. Do you not want to talk about that?
Well, and I would have to say that as we're seeing this system come to where it's at, it used to be, well, this is just, it's unreal. I can't believe it. I can't see that. And then now people are seeing it. You have now fires in France they can't even control. They can't even control.
They're going to
They're
start reporting on these things soon, you know.
oh yeah, they're gonna exactly. That's what I was gonna get ready to say. Yes, it's gonna come to a time they are gonna stop reporting. Just don't even mention it. Just don't even worry about it. The problem is that you have media, social media, people like me, the smaller voices, right? We're gonna report. I believe that it's my duty to report.
At some point, that even with that look, the scripture says that men are going to run to and fro, that they're going to be searching for truth and not find it. That there's going to be a famine in the land, and not a famine of bread and water, but of knowledge of truth. So it's
Mhm.
like they're drying up the truth right now, and
Yes.
at some point, they're going to dry up the last reserves of it, which is on social media. It's one of the reasons why they've been trying so desperately to control. It's why this whole thing with TikTok has been going on forever, because they want to control the narrative. They want to suppress it. They want to first of all, they want to get black people off it. You guys can't
Mhm.
even like I'm not on TikTok, so I'm like, but black people on TikTok, I've watched them complain saying, oh, we can't do lives. We can't do a live on TikTok. I'm like, what, really? Because I've seen how the algorithm, even with Indians, were literally saying like, yeah, my face is just registering and saying that, yeah, we can't do lives. I've seen it. And I'm like, wow,
Mhm.
them people can do it. If you pass the brown paper bag test, I suppose you can do it. But anybody that has melanin in their skin, they're not permitted to, because they can't control what you're gonna say, and that's the problem. It's like, oh no, these people, they're gonna tell too much truth. But the minute you guys stop doing those dances, like, you notice these people follow us wherever we go.
Mhm.
They copied the dance moves on TikTok, and then that stopped when black people were getting fed up. Like, you lot are just taking our stuff, and you're not even giving recognition. You're
Yeah.
making money with it, right? So, especially during lockdown, and we saw what came after that. It was so absurd. I'm like, wow, you people really can't dance. You have no imagination.
Oh, they got
Like,
found out. Yeah, they got found out how ridiculous they looked,
yeah.
and
But what happened to our
they got
people?
embarrassed. They got embarrassed. They really did get
Yeah.
embarrassed.
But what happened? What did our people go into after that? They started looking into truth and started talking on
Mhm.
things that mattered. And then guess what? Now these people came in and started doing the same thing and said, we're allies. It's everywhere we go, they follow. They
Yeah,
everywhere we
we
go,
set
they follow.
we're trendsetters. We set the trend, and they are look. They can't so that used to be controllable, and now it's not controllable.
Mm,
So if it's not controllable, then therefore it's not profitable. That's what they look at. Is it profitable? Can I control the narrative? And now, here we are. This is U.S. military may ban cell phones for West Asia troops amid Iran's precise strikes. Report. Remember, look, um, when you see the reaction, you see who's actually winning and who's actually losing.
yeah.
This is from presstv.co.uk. This is a report, but this was already something that was verified, I think, by CENTCOM, back on July 28th. So about 2 days ago, the U.S. military may reportedly ban mobile phones for some of its troops deployed to West Asia amid Iran's precise retaliatory operations against American targets across the region, citing two informed sources. Reuters reported on Wednesday that some U.S. forces stationed in Jordan have been told their phones will be confiscated in the coming days, despite their reliance on the devices to stay in touch with their families during wartime.
Mm,
We were just talking about that. Hey, but here we go. The report also quoted another source as saying that cell phone restrictions for U.S. troops were being considered more broadly across the region because of operational security reasons. Admiral Brad Cooper, head of U.S. Central Command, had detailed the concerns in a letter dated July 28th. In the previously undisclosed letter, Cooper said that Iran benefits from near real-time intelligence on the success or failures of its strikes by monitoring news reports and online posts. And I'm going to tell you this. It's false. It's false. And now, now that China has really and Russia have really openly declared that they're supporting Iran, especially within its ISR, its intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. They are actually able to see things real time with satellites, especially satellites from those large countries, and they have capabilities that if I were to even talk about, I would be in jail. What this is, and I'm going to explain this because this is analysis that you won't hear anybody from anyone here, that have to put those crescendos on in there. Here it is. It's coming to you live from here. Covenant Awakenings. What is actually occurring? Yes, you can have the open source intelligence. Yes, we get that. The real time intel is coming from those satellites that have been supported by the Chinese and the Russians. And they just made that known this week. They did. They made that known. And that's why the news have been asking, and then everybody sidestepping because those disclosures aren't out there. Which she literally said, hey, we're going to support our partners.
And
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think that the other one is going to join or show support? Because
North Korea, they've already said, look, they've already been saying it, that they need to have a combined joint operations with the Eastern Mediterranean nation and the U.S. It's coming. It's coming. My thought is, when does it come? Does it come this week? Does it come on the 31st, that Friday night? Remember the 28th, there's something symbolic about striking on like the end of the weeks, on like the end of the months. So something symbolic about that. February 28th, July 31st, going into August 1st.
I kind of feel like as if, well, here's the thing. What if Russia or Putin opened up the vaults to show who the people are, but also did more than that, but also was trying to show that we know prophecy and we are going to live according to it.
We're going to fulfill prophecy. Exactly.
So what if they already know that they are the four? Yeah.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, like, what if they already know that they are the four carpenters?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've already been placed in that position.
Yeah, and if they're listening to us, they definitely know it now.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure they've been knew it. I'm sure they've been knew it, but they didn't want to really act on it until, there had to be some signs that had to show. Okay, here's this, here's that. Why are they pushing up on us like this? It just came from out of nowhere. Like as soon as Biden came in 2021, or excuse me, he got elected. It was like that very same day that he got elected. We're gonna go after Putin and his thugs. He literally
Mm.
said that was like his first couple of minutes in his lines. We're gonna go after that, and it's like, huh? But understand that 400 years have been declared. Trump signed that declaration. 400 years.
Yeah,
But
nobody saw the significance of him actually coming into power at this time.
mm-mm.
At this time again.
Yeah, because what was he saying? Oh, we're going to stop meaningless wars. A vote for Kamala is a vote that we would definitely be going to war against Iran. What he actually meant to say was a vote for Kamala would be a vote that really didn't matter because both people are going to take him to war. And honestly, and it didn't really matter because democracy, in my opinion, is not real. Just in my
Yeah,
opinion.
there was a point I wanted to make actually in regards to that. So I was told by somebody that, and this is how I know, this is how we will know, all of us will know that that the left and the right is just a load of BS, right? It really is.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, they stopped films from showing pew-pews, real pew-pews in terms of historical context. They're
Mm-hmm.
not allowed to show that. And this was brought in under Trump's administration. And I'm like, well, why would Trump, why would that administration care? That sounds like a very leftist, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why would that be allowed? Because that kind of goes against their whole rhetoric. So that's why you're not seeing things like for example, I think the creator of Star Trek, not Star Trek, Star Wars, not Star Wars, sorry, Stargate, they were actually thinking about doing another show, but because of this new law, they said we're not doing this because they said you're not allowed to show pew-pews, realistic pew-pews. And we obviously know anybody that's watched Stargate, as you have, and I
Mm-hmm.
have, and Jacoba, and I think also Dante, you know that the whole thing is about the US military. It's about weapons, and and quite honestly, it's about showcasing the technology that we're actually using today. They were putting it in there, just like with Star Wars and Star Trek. They'll put the technology, the concept for the technology that they want to bring out, so that when they bring it out, you're not going to be like, your brain's not going to be derailed by it. So it's like, oh, you accept it. But they
Wasn't it
they
sci-fi? Wasn't
right,
this in a sci-fi movie? Wasn't this in the
exactly.
huh?
Exactly. So
But
they're not allowing that.
my question is actually this: who will unveil that first? Who has that been unveiled to? Look. These nations
What,
again.
sci-fi?
These nations act on principalities. Their principalities are the nations. The
Yeah.
bear, the dragon. The dragon, look, they know who they're going to get to war against, the beast nations. They know who these beasts are going. How come America's an eagle, but they don't represent themselves as an eagle. They represent themselves they had once, but now they're the harlot because those are her characteristics. That's who she is.
Because do you know what? I
She
think
tried
it's
to
because
dress. Why did she try to do that? She tried to dress herself up so she could be loved by the Most High.
an
That's what it
eagle is
was. It
fantasy,
was
isn't it?
exactly. But the Most High never cared about her love. Why do you think? Look, it's a jealousy. When people try to talk about spiritual, the spiritual nature, that is the spiritual nature. They wanted to be like the Most High. They wanted to be loved, but they still wanted to love all the other nations. Because why? Because that was in their nature. They're the whore. See, the Most High, He's my God. He's my husband. He's this, He's that. And I still get a chance to do all this stuff with all these nations. Well, so it's like I never knew you. We had no we there was nothing between us.
We had no relations.
We had no
I
yeah, there's
never
nothing
had
between us. We ain't
relations
got
with
no
that
those
woman.
those kids are not even my kids. Do we need to go on, Maury? You had my kids kidnapped. Do you see what I'm saying? You kidnapped my kids, had them as children under the stairs, trying
Yeah,
to act like those were not my kids under the stairs. I knew who my kids were the whole time. They didn't look
did
like
I not
me.
mention that from
They
the other
didn't look those babies don't look like me.
day?
That's why they're getting mad. This is the worst part of a Maury show, and they know that okay. Then we got some explaining to do because we've been paying child support for this particular nation that wanted to act like they were the Most High's kids. Oh heck no!
Mm-hmm.
And now, them results have come in. Babylon, when it comes to these particular nations, the lie detector test and the DNA test has shown that Yah's not the father. What?
Was it possible?
It's fake. It's made up. It's something that they see on TikTok. It's
You
not
lied to me,
real.
mommy. You lied.
All these other nations
Oh
gonna be
my
looking
God.
at him like, yeah, they're gonna be reaching for
There is no
something. They're going
resemblance.
they're gonna be all these other nations gonna be like, yeah, let me reach for something. Let me go pop the trunk. You know what time it is. Let me go pop the trunk and get busy. You know what time it is.
That's right. Them kids don't even look like y'all. That's why they had to whiten everything up.
Those babies ain't yours. I'm sorry. You heard Maury.
My kid, get them away from me. I know you. Who are you?
I gave you 400 years in this catastrophe. You
I
trying to,
don't even know your mom.
but y'all done said that they don't look like me. Oh man, some
Mm.
people don't look like me.
They
What?
don't
Some
look
people
like
don't
me.
look like.
They don't act like me. They don't smell like me.
Mm.
I, did I say this to you yesterday? No, I don't think I did. Or maybe I did. I don't know. I literally was leaving messages on Yakoba's. When you called me, I just finished leaving a message on Yakoba. And there was a video. I don't know if any of you in the chat has seen this, but oh my God. There's a video of it's one of those you know, Gentiles are burning up videos, right? And there's a woman, an Aussie woman, Australian woman, who was literally, she says, I practice sun safety, and I went out and I got burned. As you can see, I've been sunburnt. But she said that she wasn't planning on staying out long because she had put on sunscreen, but she wasn't planning on staying out long, so she got burnt. Now, what happened? She goes, I went home and I decided, the way she said this, she goes, I decided I'm going to take a bath and I'm going to use some soap. And the way she said it sounded like, okay, so this isn't a regular occurrence for you, but that ain't even it. So she says, as she was washing herself, she said she smelled something smelled like burning. And then she's like, oh my gosh, that foul smell was me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, because I, so a few years back, there was a man and a woman that was walking past me, yeah, and I was in a hurry, and when I walked past them, boy, a whiff just catch me in my face, man. I was like, what the? I was like, ugh. I didn't care if they heard. I wanted them to hear. They stunk. They smelled so bad. They smelled like pork, not bacon, pork, right? And then, like, just a few days ago, there was this other woman. I think me and my daughter was walking past, and the smell, it was so funky. It smelled, I said to Jacoba, it smelled like she was at a barbecue and the pork trash was on her, like and then she sprayed herself with Febreze, like perfume, like, you know, when you spray Febreze and it's not really covering anything.
Mm-hmm.
She stunk of pork and perfume. It was horrible. But these people are starting. I've been smelling them like, why do you all smell like pigs? And I don't mean no disrespect, but they're smelling like burnt pigs, like burnt pig or pork that's been left out for too long. And you know what happens when pork's been left out for too long? I don't eat that, and I haven't eaten that from when I was yay high. But I can remember like when smelling other people's trash when walking past their houses, and I could smell it. I'm like, ugh. That really stinks. That's like one of the worst smells. And you sweating, and that's coming out of your pores, because when she was telling it, you could see her nose was wrinkled. You know when somebody is just so disgusted by whatever they're talking about and their nose wrinkles, her nose was wrinkled, and she was like, it was just
It was a realization, right? It
yeah,
was
that
it was a sad realization, and you have to understand, that they're coming to that realization, right? And the realization is like, well, the rest of the world, they love us, and then people are literally telling them, no, no, no,
slowly shaking their head.
not really,
No, no.
and now they're doing everything that they can to, um create whatever that they're trying to create in terms of this narrative that's falling apart. It's a shrinking narrative, and I told people this: hey, listen, just relax, relax, and let the Most High do. And when the Most High does what He's doing, guess what? They can't go back on anybody or anything. Well, you all are saying this, and you all are saying this because, again, you all don't like us, and this and that. No, we told you, look, you needed to repent. We would have healed you, but you refused to be healed. You needed to repent, but you refused to repent.
Now the Most High sending His Son to cook you, like literally. You're cooking like
They're
pork.
cooked, like for real. They're being cooked, and you don't even know how many people have more than likely passed away over in France. You won't know that.
Well, in Europe, it was said 2 weeks ago it was about 200,000 that had passed away across Europe, and we already know these people never.
Can we are you that like that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even seem fathomable.
What did the Most High say? I'll make you small amongst the nations.
Yeah, He did. He surely did. And remember, they get so scared of us, about stuff. They get so scared of us. I'm like, you don't need to be afraid of us. You need to be afraid of Him. Because they treat Him like it's a fairy tale. The Most High will never do anything. I don't even believe in your God. I don't even care. They'll say all that. I've had that before. Those comments.
Well. Here's the thing. That's why the Most High is burning them, and I'm telling you that is why the Most High is burning them, because that is literally what He said in Revelation 16 verse 8 to 9, because they refuse to give Him the glory. They're not admitting He exists. They're not even admitting that He's the one doing this. So He's gonna bun you. Fire for bun them. He's cooking you. He is cooking you. And then the other half of you that's taking these melanin drops. One woman drank it and she said, oh, it tastes like carcass and something else. And I was like, so you're drinking melanin.
How do you know what a carcass tastes like?
Exactly. You're drinking melanin, right? That came from, and you're not even concerned. Like when we understand, when we remember what the CDC put out about zombieism and whatnots, some people are walking around like a mill. I'm telling you. We've already seen people walking around like eating packets of raw chicken. And then the Most High is like, nah, these people deserve to eat a cooked meal. Everybody deserves a cooked meal. And
Mm.
you're getting baked in the sun. Premium long pork, long beef, long pig, sorry.
Yeah, that's not
You're
beef.
getting not beef. You ain't
beef.
beef. No, no, no.
Beef's like,
You
don't
ain't beef.
insult me. Beef said, don't insult me.
Don't have a cow, man.
I
Yeah.
can go. I can go for all that, but don't insult me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
meat cow.
because that's also that's wildlife. That's the list goes on and on. And that's why look, the Most High is not going to be mocked. Now, look, we don't. But do you understand that that's been plenty of ample time? He's a long-suffering Elohim. He's a really good father. He is, because I know I'm like, man, I don't
To
even
every
understand. Yeah,
parent, to
yeah.
everyone, the sun shines
Well,
on the righteous as well as the wicked. To
as a
everyone.
wicked, yeah, exactly. And you have the chance to know who he is. You just have to acknowledge who he is and not be, all about, the bluster and the pride. Look, the pride of thy heart, it's deceived them. The pride of thy heart has deceived them. So now here it is in this particular where we're at right here. They know that they're trying to get rid of the cell phones because the cell phones are going to blow up. It's not about um, what they always try to pretend. Well, it's this. It's going to be national security. It's going to be all this. Yeah, I get it, but let's just understand the narrative that they're creating. They're losing when you have media that shows the losses, especially through the social media or informal media, then that's even worse. It's worse because once folks are seeing that and they're seeing that their family members or loved ones have been put in harm's danger because no whatever systems that were designed to combat or counteract that was not the actual case, then people get mad, they get
Mm.
angry. And
You know,
again, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that they look, America is all about boastful, being boastful. So if they were winning, it would
Oh
be
yeah.
everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
This is literally going to be known as the silent war. I'm telling you,
Oh yeah.
it's going to be known as the silent war because
Well, doesn't it? But what does the scripture says, right? It's in an hour, right? And that people are literally shocked of what has happened, what has gone on in a day, in a moment, in an hour. Wait, what happened? That's what they're going to be asking themselves. What happened? Why did that happen? What even happened in 1 hour? What happened? Now, an hour can be relative, right? It could be a moment or a length of time. But I mean, even yesterday, we were on this phone. Yes, or excuse not phone. We were on this StreamYard yesterday on YouTube talking about the stock market crashing. The stock market had crashed. They actually took off the little banner from MSNBC or CNBC when we were looking at that article. They took the banner off. And they did that because they already knew what day it was going to be. They already knew what time it was. It happened this morning. So when people say, "Oh, well, those everything should be looking good in this wartime economy," right? It's the wartime economy. Everything should be looking good. Let me show you this article.
While you're doing that, I was
And
just
they
going to
just
say,
released this. Go ahead.
Puchna, I'm pronounce it right, am I? Yeah, actually, I was going to say, is that why? I was actually going to ask, is that why they look kind of grey? Because they don't look, there's no natural brown that it is.
Yeah.
One brother turned around and said they look like Roger from American Dad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that they're gonna be they're turning themselves into the grays. Dun dun dun.
They were always a
Uh-oh.
monster.
They were all dun dun dun. Uh-oh, here we go. Well, I gotta slow myself down because I'm not trying to get Sister Chantel into the conspiracy theory squid ink squirrel or swirl, excuse me. Here's this. This was just released an hour ago before the markets open in less than 10 minutes from a Jeff Cox. U.S. economy slowed to 1.5% growth rate in Q2. Core inflation at 3.3%. I think the core inflation's a lot more. They'll say 3.3. It's a lot more. But 1.5% growth, this it's not growing. And I'm going to say this, what they do, because we're at the end of the second quarter and they're reporting this, they're going to have revisements. It's going to be revised. This is probably the best that they could do without people, throwing themselves off a building.
Oof.
When they revise in probably another month or so, it'll probably look a whole lot worse. They're saying 1.5% growth now. That's what they're saying right now. Wait until it gets revised. There's always a revising. From Jeff Cox, CNBC.com, published today. It's hit. So you already know what that means. There's no growth. What that means is money is slowing up. What that means is everything is becoming more expensive and people are going to really start to lose jobs. Here it is. Economic growth was weaker than expected in the second quarter, while inflation in June held well above the Federal Reserve's goal, i.e., that divergence means people are getting poorer and jobs are getting less because people are buying less. And that also means people overseas are buying less, i.e., how are you going to buy? This is a direct result of the war. I'm not going to order anything. It's gotten expensive for me to even purchase anything.
Not only that, you're not going to buy anything if you're not going to get it.
Yep. Or it takes you a while to get what you're going to get.
Yeah, exactly.
The Commerce Department said, so the Commerce Department reported Thursday, gross domestic product, a broad measure of goods and services, increased just 1.5%. Basically, the economy is not growing. You actually have to have real measurable growth at about like 2.3 to like 3%. Anything below 2, I remember this in my business courses, they'll probably revise it. It's not actually a measurable growth. It's really a danger area. This is a danger zone because then they can go ahead and revise and do everything else, which they'll probably do. But it says increase just 1.5% for the April through June period. It's going to get even worse. So if we're at 1.5% for right now, just let me continue to go. According to Bureau of Labor Statistics, Numbers adjusted for seasonality and inflation. Economists surveyed by Dow Jones had been looking for a growth rate of 1.8% following the 2.1% increase in the first quarter. The first quarter did not reflect the war that was going on. Remember, you had about 30 days, basically a little over 30 days for March, which would be your January through um, March first quarter. The war started February 28th. So, like, at least more than 2/3, at least 2 months into that quarter. And then people really didn't understand the impact until it was about mid March when that skirmish started to have, or excuse me, that excursion started to look like a bigger trip than was planned. They had to extend the trip. A separate report showed that the personal consumption expenditures price index, which is the Federal Reserve's primary forecasting gauge, fell a seasonally adjusted 0.1% for the month, putting the annual inflation rate at 3.7%. Basically, people aren't buying the food. And I'm going to also tell you this. As goods are rising, there's going to be less. As prices are rising, there's going to be less goods. As prices are rising, and the cost goes on up because there's going to be less goods. That also means that the cost of doing that particular function is going to rise because the labor cost is then going to rise, and therefore, to offset all that, you're going to have a reduction in the labor markets, i.e., no jobs, i.e., there would rather utilize that to supply for the inputs, the resources that are not going to be there for the people that are not going to be there. So it's spiraling out of control. The less you have, the less you're able to do.
So what are they going to do with all the people that aren't working?
That's what they're trying to push on down to the states to say, hey, it's the states' problem. The states need to figure it on out. Wait, hold on.
And
And
what's their alternative?
let me show you how they did these numbers. Excluding food and energy, right? The main ones that are driving the cost, because energy bills are expensive all across the board. Core PCE posted a monthly increase of 0.1%, and it still had increased, even when they were trying to, show and exclude the food and energy, which has been going crazy. So even when they're trying to suppress the numbers by suppressing the quantitative data, the actual numbers and things of that nature, they're still not able to manipulate the reporting. So now investors are going to see that and they're going to make a call. It's time to go.
Mm.
All right, after Diaspora News, I need to see your face before I let you on, because if you are who I think you are, oh yeah. Sorry, I don't have time for the foolishness today. Just saying.
You still there, Karis? Or shall I take over the show? Oh my gosh. I was joking. Hello. Take over the show, and now I've gone all quiet. I'm shy. I don't know what to say. So, what shall we talk about today then, since it's just us? Karis is gone. We can have all lots of fun. He's screening, yeah. No, whatever. Whatever. What shall we talk about? No suggestions? Welcome, everybody. It's the Chantel Show. Oh, God. I had my moment.
Give me one if you can hear me.
I can hear you now. Where
Okay.
did you go to?
Man, look, StreamYard is tripping.
Oh, so close. It was
Okay.
mine. It was almost mine.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you know, won that.
Yeah, StreamYard. Oh my goodness. Okay, look, because I'm telling you, they don't like this. They don't like this type of reporting. I'm telling you. All right, AP, let me get you added. Thank you. All right, go ahead, AP. You can turn your mic on.
All
Shalom.
right. Do I sound okay?
Yes, you do.
Appreciate it. It's scary times thinking about what you're all talking about. You know, just throwing it into the state's hand. I'm over in California, so I like to think we have some cushioning until we don't when it comes to things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to, I guess, ask, how do you think? I mean, people are gonna start acting crazy, right? Like people are gonna start doing things they wouldn't usually do for survival. Yeah.
Of course they will. I mean, that's that's survival mode.
Yeah. Oh man. But so after that, when that storm passes, then they're gonna flip the system into the super digital world, or is that what you're expecting?
Well, I'm gonna expect this that everybody's gonna want to go back to a sense of normalcy or normality, whatever they want to categorize it. Um, the system the system will be established based off of who the winner is going to be. They may give you a little bit of a little bit of a replica right now, like, hey, well, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and you already know that what they're doing and planning is the most, right? Everybody knows this. They know it's
Mm-hmm.
the most, right? So what will probably happen, more than likely, whoever is administrating the area, territory, whomever, you know, we don't want to be or sound conspiratory or sound all like this because you already are going to realize that afterwards there's going to be either a lot of religious zealots or there's going to be not very very secular ones. Hey,
Yeah, religion's gonna kick up or not.
mm-hmm, exactly. Hey, we were destroyed because of this Bible. That's this crazy, and and you all overreacted from it and caused this. And then others will say, no, it was because of the Bible, right? That we are being judged. You know what I'm saying? So then the reality is going to be, and what their comfort level is going to be. Hey, do you want to eat? That's it. Are you going to
Mm-hmm.
eat or are you going to starve? You can have the
So
debate as much as you want to, but here's the system, and this is a system that you are going to be not just indoctrinated but inculcated in. You are moving into that, whether you like it or not, for those that are remaining, that have
okay.
remained behind.
So are you saying like comply and you can eat type of situation?
Well, I'm gonna say this. It's easier to catch flies with honey than it is vinegar, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, you also, and I also look at it like this. There will be a point in time in this whole process as things, rapidly decline. And I don't know if people remember this because I was still on. This was 4 years ago, over 4 years ago, and we were reporting about Ukraine. I said to everybody, take a look at Ukraine and understand Ukraine. I said because, and Sister Chantel, I remember you were on and you were giving some commentary because we're like, this could be happening in the UK.
Yeah.
People are really like, this could then get on out. Now it became contained for that matter of time, but people in Europe, by and large, they still know there's a war going on in Ukraine, but you still have people going on European vacations, right? Soccer games are still being played, cricket matches, for those international folks, and the reality was, um, as long as the bombings and the shellings didn't hit, it doesn't impact me. It doesn't impact. There's not an impact that I could that I should feel or worry about. What's
It's
It,
like this is like the celebrities that live in the hills, and then South Central is just right there, and it's a war zone. Boom, boom, boom. It's terrible. It's
mm-hmm,
starvation, and then just right 30 minutes up, and you got the celebrities, the people in the movies, and da da da. Like I used to work in their neighborhoods for them, and then I go down 30 minutes, and it's just terrible.
mm-hmm.
as long as it's not the higher ups, they don't care. There's wars going on all over the world. As long as it's not hitting the main focus of Europe, they don't care. You
Long as it
know,
ain't
like,
hit my doorstep.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Me and mine. That's the mentality. What's the saying of an Englishman and his castle? That's what you guys have, that mentality as well. It's just kind of amped up. When I say you guys, I mean, you know, they do. But it's like, that's why it's like, oh, it's mine, 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 mine. What I do, they want to. It's individualism, right? So as long, and it's individualism a on a tier system. As long as it's the lower levels can fight amongst themselves, they don't really care. As long as if it starts to reach closer to home, then it's an issue.
I just wanted to say,
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching all y'all for a minute. Fast Nickel, I was just on your page today looking for XRP videos. Um, I just want to say thank you all for spending time and broadcasting and speaking your mind.
I appreciate it. Thank you, AP. Be
I
be
hold back my.
blessed on out there. Be careful on out there in California. So oh so yeah,
What's going on in
It's
California right now, anyway?
well, it's all West
we got
Coast.
water pipes busting in LA County.
Mhm.
You know what the okay, funny thing, I actually prayed for curses to hit like Hollywood, no joke. And the next within less than 6 hours, I went to sleep and woke up and heard there was sinkholes and pipes water busting and flooded cars and all these cars got totaled. Um so not really much, just the usual violence, crime, and I guess
Mhm.
LA's like seeming like it's got a big water main issue going on, so I'm expecting that to get only worse.
Yeah, and with these with the temperatures and the data centers and everything else, they're not having as much rain, they're not having as much snowfall that's going on to help with the snowpack, the melting ice from the top of the mountains during the snow. And they were like, well, we had a like last year they said, oh, we had an actual surplus, and then that really didn't do anything because again, all these data centers that's there, they're trying to build them up in the deserts. you know um, there's a tremendous issue on the West Coast, and I say even the West Coast in general, even for Black folks. Okay, And there's been a lot of there's actually been a lot of black people leaving from the West Coast, traveling back to the Southeast. That's why I tell people, I'm like, especially our people there, stay safe on out there. I have some family over in the Palm desert area.
Palm Desert. Oh man,
Yeah.
it's hot right there. That's a
Mm-hmm.
warm place.
Mm-hmm.
It's only an hour and a half from me. I'm in the bubble of Orange County,
Mm-hmm.
South Orange County at that.
Yeah.
Man, it's cool. I mean, it's 73 right now
Yeah. You're on the
outside,
coast.
but
Yeah. You're
sorry.
on the coast. You're probably on the coast over near like like near Huntington, or you by a little south of Huntington. Did I lose you? Hello, hello.
He's muted.
He muted himself. Yeah. Oh, yep. He's riding through those hills. Riding through those hills. So, all right, brother Fats Nickel.
I, I only got like 10 minutes. I'm about to head to work. Well, I'm at work. I just got to clock in. But I came on because of AP. So just a comment, I just want to make a quick comment. Again, this is not financial advice. People, you do whatever you feel you need to do. But based on the video or the show that Yacoba did 3 weeks ago and what they're looking to do with the banks, the
Mm-hmm.
number one reason I I think people should at least understand wallets, because even if it's for a small window of time, you might need it to use it as a bartering system.
Yeah, your token. Get your token.
Yeah, because if they shut down the banks, you have to have an alternate vehicle or method to 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 barter, to eat, or to do whatever it is that you want to do. Because they've shown videos. You got guys that work in corporate America, let's say work in Wall Street, dressing in $2,000 suits, but the minute that you take away their food and survival, they turn into animals. So
Animal. Yeah,
you,
yeah, that's true.
it's gonna get crazy out there.
Yeah, it's the will to live. You look.
The will to
Don't think
live.
don't think that people are just going to roll over and just, well, Trump says I have to be deleted, so I'm just going to delete be deleted, for the other people that they can live a great life. No, they're going to fight tooth and nail to survive.
Said that.
And for those of you that have a means, whether it be you have wallets or you have food, water, whatever you have, don't go around telling your friends and family nothing.
No,
As
not
far as
this
they
time.
know, as far as everybody knows,
Mm.
you're in the same bad shape as they are.
Hmm. Just
Brother
tell them
Fastness,
I'm
I'm
gonna
so
just tell
glad
them
you
I'm
said that.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm so glad Brother Fast Nickel said that, because I said, listen, that's exactly how I feel. Keep your lips shut. This ain't the time to be bragging or saying, yeah, just, oh, we should all just probably get a tin or two or something like that. Just say stuff like that. Just
Exactly. They'll come
keep it
after you
short.
with the knives and pitchforks like you're Frankenstein's monster.
Hmm.
Trust and believe, man. Like this is again, it's always about resources, and they're going to. You think it's just going to be normal people? You're going to have officials coming in.
Well,
You're going to
again during national emergencies, an emergency essential. Now they cannot, by law and by the Bill of Rights, right? They can't quarter, right? They can't quarter. They can't just take over your home, but they would
turn
be
on that
allowed
them.
to take over, resources that would then be deemed necessary for national security. So that's
Carry
why, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to
This
say, like, we're living in a time. The Bible says that we're living in a lawless time. That these people are lawless. When we're seeing evidence of that, everything that man has done, his whole cabinet has done. Where's they've broken every law. He shouldn't even be there.
Well, not only
So
have they broken every law, so we're like now that's the domestic front, right? That's domestically. Now you're understanding the laws on the international front because again, they still have cases within the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and ICC, ICJ. The U.S. still has cases. Don't get it twisted that they don't want to have litigated. And some of those cases, a lot of those cases do involve us. But the fast nickel probably jumped off.
Dang, I wanted to ask Fast Nickel a question.
Yeah,
Now I
he
cut
may
everything down.
be able
My
to jump
internet
back
is
on.
messing up.
Shalom, Minister Rick. Can you hear us? All right, he's still fixing himself. Yeah, the we as I said earlier, I said the content that will be discussed today will be probably major flags for YouTube. So, but as I was saying regarding how these solutions will go, especially with tokenization and things of that nature, it is going to be resource control. And again, the Most High is really good in how he does things. When people say, "I'm never going to do that," that's not going to be me. I'm not. That's not going to happen. No, you're going to flee. You're going to flee because you're going to go where the resources are on that. I mean, I'm sorry. Did anybody ever read the story of Naomi and Ruth? They
yeah,
left that area there in within Canaan. They're with the Moabites. They said, let's go back to our, to the land, we're in the territory of Yehuda, because they'll be able to hopefully, you know, get back or do something with extended family. And then Ruth met Boaz, and the story there. They were in an area where there was famine. Because why? Because can you imagine that we knew how to take care of the land because the Most High told us this is how you take care of the land. Every 6 years to plant, 7 years to rest. Give that
hmm
that give it a rest year, a jubilee, not a jubilee year, but a rest year,
it's the Sabbath.
a Sabbath.
It's the
Yep.
Sabbath. Mm.
Mm-hmm. So, and it's the same thing. 49, give it a jubilee. You're resetting things, right? So, there's a cycle and an order to this. Now, remember, they basically were doing that here in the United States. They would work like that, but their greed got to them. No, we need to plant all the time. We're planting this field, we're planting that field, we're planting this field. They used to plant in rotation, and I still remember that with my
Yeah,
grandmother.
I remember they used to do that over here as well, and I don't
Yeah,
understand why they stopped. Well, I do
Well,
yeah,
what they
agree.
do, the way it's planning now, is they used to plow the old field, the roughage and everything that's left over underground for nutrients, and let the land lay fallow and do it again. What they do now, that's why the Middle East is so crucial. They just refertilize again. They take it that's one crop out, they put the artificial fertilizers in and grow it again. That's one reason why our food doesn't have the nutrients and the energy it once
hmm
gave, because they just continually farm against Torah.
yep. And you're not and the land is not able to reset to provide the nutrients. You need to
Mm.
be plot. So the reality is, you need to be plotting. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And then when you're plotting in that particular order, you're able to like if you have 42 acres, you section off those acres. 6 acres here, 6 acres there, 6 acres here. All right, I'm going to start this acre this year, right? Or I'm going to start this acre, so then at the 7th year, your land can continually produce, and then those areas are able to have the rest that it needs to have.
It's
It's cyclical resting, cyclical replenishment.
in that regard, the apocalyptic scenarios that you were contemplating earlier about things happening and not that. I'm really not about hide if, don't let anybody know what you got or anything. One, I don't think the Most High will let it stay here that long. I think we'll have an off ramp. And the other thing is, you should
Mm-hmm.
be, as Hebrews, we should be establishing community right now. That's all I'm doing. I'm networking and linking up with communities, and starting. We're going through drills right now. I've got 2 generators out on loan. We got like 5 raised garden beds in the back. We're trying to train people. The former church that I worked at, now it's still a not for profit. They put an aluminum greenhouse in. We have to get our people close to the land and doing something. In the interim, there are things like that. So I mean, when the times get hard, you can either pull together or fall apart. Now I don't know. The Bible says, "Envy not your oppressor and choose none of his ways." We don't want to be choosing their ways because that's where there's a lack. You know, we went through horrendous situations in slavery, but we shared what we had. So yeah, you're going to have some nefarious elements, but I don't think we're going to be like that. We will be getting out of here, but I don't think we'll be pew pewing each other like them folks do on a high level. I think
hmm
pulling together.
When I said, and I think Brother Fastnickle is the same as well. When I said keep your mouth shut, we're talking about people that don't look. All of us know the ones that we should and the ones that we shouldn't say boo to. We kind of know the ones in the family that where you know what, yeah, you wouldn't be able to cope, so I'm just gonna just not say anything. I'm not gonna, do you understand what I'm saying? The ones that you know are going to be level headed and the ones that you know you can trust, that's what I'm talking about. But when I say the ones that you can't, when I say keep your mouth quiet and keep yourself, don't be telling everybody, like even in warfare, even when Israel had to go to war, they weren't telling their plans to everybody. You still had to keep quiet. There's still people that you had to section off that
Yeah,
really
you
didn't.
definitely have to do that. But
So
I think in this
I'm saying,
scenario, individualism has been our enemy, and that's how they
I'm
kept
not saying
keeping us as
individualism like
individuals.
that. I'm not saying individual because I remember saying something like this to, I think it was oh, I've forgotten. I'm so sorry, I've forgotten her name. But I said she was asking what would we do next, and I said maybe form small communities, little cells, people that you know you can trust, so that you've got a small community of people that you can literally go to and sort of barter with and trade. So, somebody's got a carrot, the next person's got a potato, swap over or
Share
whatever.
meals.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. But when I say don't be telling everybody, like I said, I mean, the people that you know you shouldn't be opening up your mouth to, you know who you shouldn't be opening up your mouth to. That's what I mean, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I understand. I understand now.
Mm.
Well,
What do you say,
Well,
Kip?
I always say this. I pray that the Most High makes a way that he'll lead you and guide you into like-minded individuals. And at the same time, I think for most Black folks, we know. Even right now, just think about this. Even right now, and folks may be joking about it and not really joking about it, but a lot of our people have, especially here in the United States, we've kind of gotten on code. The code is it's still a little wonky at times, but we are getting there. And the reason I say that is because with everything going on, when I talked about earlier, with the Nolan Wells case, the Nolan Wells situation, that has awakened the black community, the African American community, whatever moniker you want to call us. We have been awakened in
Mm,
terms of that aspect of protection. So last time, it was George Floyd. Well, we all need to come together. This time it's well, look, you can't even trust your friends or who you think are supposed to be your
it
friends.
just hits differently. It
Yeah,
really does hit differently.
yeah,
And
like
it's the Most High's allowing us to see behind the curtain, their curtain, and how they really treat us, how they
Remove
really
from
are.
they do.
Babylon and remove yourself from those people.
Yeah. And
Mm,
and and I was literally just watching I was just watching something like 2 minutes before I got on the channel. It was a Caucasian man, and he was speaking at a student council about taking away DEI. And he was saying, it's like, listen, I was raised where I'm in the household and they're utilizing and saying the big N like it's nothing. And he said, but unfortunately, he said, I had friends whose families were there, that was able to provide a plate when I wasn't able to eat, and they took care of me more than my actual family,
mm,
and they didn't have to do it.
Int-
The reality is, he's letting out all the secrets, because remember, at a time, we would just be, well, it is what it is. And look, don't think that the fault just remains with them. We got to take a lot of the fault too. The fault was us, because we were also being woefully, not willfully, but woefully ignorant. And now we don't have that. We don't have the choice now. Okay, you can be ignorant if you want to. Go ahead and go deep sea fishing with 15 of them, and you're the only one.
oh, who saw that woman jogging?
well, integration is disintegrating. And we
Mm,
knew it was just before, prior to my birth, I think, but we knew when you went down south to visit your relatives from Chicago, because what happened to Emmett Till, that you had to watch what you say and watch yourself around these people. We had an awareness in Chicago when they had the battles over integration in certain in neighborhoods like Market Park. Our young people fought together. We know we had to stick together. We know we had to look out for each other. It's in us to deal with these circumstances. It's in us. My family history, we fought against those things. So I'm saying it's in us to do that. It's just that the Most High has to be in us. What we have to get out of us is this Babylonianism that we have taken on in this society that's going to have us do the wrong things. But the glory of the Most High, the Spirit that He's arising in us, is going to carry us through what actions we should do here and what things we need to do to escape from here and exodus from this place.
exactly. Cynthia said it right. Yeah, you go on those fishing trips. You don't know You don't know that you're the bait. You don't know that they're gonna make you the chum.
Mm. Did you has anybody seen that video of this woman jogging
No, I have.
with a Caucasian man, like she was on a date with him or something like that? And she basically was she was filming herself, and she said how he was running ahead, um and kind of getting annoyed at her or something like that. And then he turned around and said to her, they went past this, they went into some alleyway. Because he was taking her in some wooded area and everything. And he took her into some alleyway or something and said, yeah, this is where I was gonna, top you, off you kind of thing. And she was filming it. And then she's like, what? And he's like, was you filming that? Are you filming that? And he's like, oh, I was only joking. Like,
Oh boy.
Well,
black people just came for this woman. Like, are you for real? And this is after, I don't know if it was satire that they were trying to run some stupid, but even if that was the case,
You can't
are
joke
you
like that.
at this time, are you mad?
Yeah, you can't joke like that. You know what
Well,
I'm saying? Like read the room in terms of hypersensitivity.
well,
You know,
the illusion that you're an American is being destroyed. We are disillusioned, thinking we thought we were a part of this enterprise. Somehow, after being the slaves that empowered this thing, and the people that were used and exploited for all our ideas to build this thing, that they were going to let you be a part of this thing. And on a certain level, we were wannabes. We wanted to be an American. That's gone. That's about
mhm.
gone. Can a nation be born in a day? We know that we're different. Now we know by and large that we're the chosen, and
That's what
that's a
annoyed them,
nation
you know.
being born. So when you start to act like a nation, you think on things like defense and what you can do to eat and what you're going to need, and that's where we're coming through. Enough of us to come to that. We will
Let
survive
me
until it's time for us to leave.
let me throw this scenario on out there. I was getting ready to talk a little bit on it, and I kind of got sidetracked. But I was explaining, going back to the situation with the invasion of Russia into Ukraine um, back in 2022.
Mm.
And what ended up happening was you were getting ready to have a lot of these a European response. But they said this, and this is what the Russians basically declared: if you respond to this, then we have to take that as another unilateral act of aggression in a time of war. So you have to, if you're going to respond, the only way that you can respond is through the diplomatic channels and things of that nature, i.e., in order for their people to be evacuated, they were only able to do evacuation missions.
Mm.
And those evacuation missions, because of what was going on, some people were able to catch flights, and some people were able to do military charters and flights and things of that nature to get folks in and out. But there was, at that time in the war, there was coordination, with the other European, or for European countries in Russia, like, hey, we're landing our people here to get our people on out of there.
I wonder if it was reversed, if Ukraine would show the same, you know, decency.
The same temperament? No, absolutely not. Because you got to
I
remember,
already know the answer to
you
that, but
gotta, yeah, you got to remember, it's the nature of the people. You got to remember who
mm,
who who
who they
is
are.
who at the zoo, right? And that's so trying to stay on point here with this. Um, Now we tend to think that well, we're just going to be sitting here. We're going to be sitting here forever until the U.S. Is they cry uncle and everything else. And I say no, not really. I don't think so. I think, look, it'll be surprising and shocking to the U.S. to have an actual response on U.S. territory, and that's what we're getting to. We're getting to that type of Paul, man, I can't even think. Pearl Harbor. I'm
Yeah.
thinking Palm Harbor. That's a little a place down the road from you here in the Tampa Bay area. Pearl Harbor situation, where that was the quote unquote surprise attack from the Japanese, because the Japanese were getting their oil subsidies and supplies messed with. So that was the response, right? It's a natural response that people do go through with that. If the US obviously had, and this is what's going to end up happening, because this is what they're doing right now with China. If they're not able to have the ability to have these microchips, especially through Nvidia and everything else, and ASML, their microchip folks. I think I'm saying that. I'm saying that right. They are the ones then that would be, um, obviously on the front foot and the aggressor, and maybe they have been right. Shalom, sister, daughter Zion. Let me finish up this statement, and I'll get to you. Um, the reality is this: upon that first strike on America, I'm not advocating. I'm not wishing for it. I'm not. This is just for education and entertainment purposes only. So I have to give that default right there. That would be psychologically devastating. You have to understand that would be so psychologically devastating. Well, I thought that they would never happen. I thought that they would never do it. I thought they would never do it in a million years. Because again, what do you always hear coming out from Trump? Oh, we have the best. We have the best. We've done everything. We have the best. And when that happens, there's going to be a level of psychological devastation way more impactful than you would have with anything else. You have, wait. These folks actually did something on the soil. And people tend to get this thing twisted in terms of how our people would respond. You got to remember, um, as a bully responds, the bully will not go after the one who had retaliated.
He'll
What the
attack the
bully will
weakest.
actually do, this is a bully behavior. This is actually psychological. It is what it is. They'll actually go after the people that's next to them or close to them because the response was greater than what they thought would be utilized. So then for their aggressive response, they would either go after the person next to them or they'd go after their own people. Which is why I say this. Do you not think that the rest of these nations don't know how the United States works? They do. They also know that the moment that that happens is the moment that we black folks, African Americans, are in jeopardy because we would be the next targets. So when I've been telling you that our brothers and sisters on the continent, they have been saying this, they do want us to come back home. They do want us back. They do want us. Well, and then you hear the negative folks that are, the paid opposition. Well, they don't really like us, and we're not even African Americans. And we're, of course, they're going to say that because they're paid to do that. And hey, shout out to them. They get paid their money. That's probably a good deal, But just like everything else, when you're on the side capping for white supremacy, right? It is what it is. That tool is going to be broken. Now that ultimate break is when the Most High breaks that tool. That's the one you don't want to have. That's the one. But when that occurs, then people have to come to a realization that, we need to respond. We need to rally up forces because, again, I always look at everything in terms of a reflection or that future reflection point. If they're doing that over there to them, best believe they're going to want to do that to us. That's going to be the plan in the near future. If y'all do not think that trip was just a Lindsey Graham, hey, I'm in the neighborhood, you're right. Their ultimate goal is to subject us again back into captivity. Well, Let's get, these folks scared, and let's get these folks to do what? To subjugate.
Well, we are not giving them the responses that they've come to accept, and
Yeah.
even in the
Sorry.
days,
I know
of
YouTube is
slavery,
buffering me today. They are on one because, again,
it's something.
they're not really liking how things are moving.
Well, you didn't tell everybody when you were planning you were planning to escape from the plantation, because you knew some people even on the plantation in slavery were down with that, and you knew
Hmm.
definitely the ones close to the funds in the house weren't down with that. So you kept it among the people, but you knew who among you could trust. That's how you could have a Harriet Tubman, and there was a communication between the plantations. The grapevine. That's where grapevine. You heard it through. That was the communication between plantations. So I'm saying there's a subset of us who know each other, who will know each other, and who will know when to move. And we have the Hurak Hakadesh to deal with. They're those, the scriptures tell us that those that cling to Babylon will perish with Babylon. So they're not going
Yeah. So let me. I don't know if I'm actually reinforcing my point with this. Um, you already have the declaration that was made by the African Union through Ghana. You've already had that declaration. Okay. Um, Reparative, restorative justice, all the good stuff. Basically, you can't mess with us anymore. That was really the declaration. Don't mess with us anymore. We're doing something different. We know who we are. We're we're coming for our people. They know what that dog whistle indicated, but they're not going to tell that to us, the people that are here in the midst of this captivity. But the declaration was made literally that, hey, we're about to end this captivity one way or another. This thing is about to end. And we're getting the rest of the world on this side. Now, as this is happening, the U.S. bogged itself into a war, which is, just me, in my opinion, this was the war that really ended the U.S. hegemony, and then essentially, again, that's the snake eating itself. It's the Ouroboros, right?
Ouroboros. Yes,
Ouroboros. Thank you. The Ouroboros. Because when that happens, well, we're not going to go down without that. They're going to start to come after who? After us. Because why? Because traditionally, we've always been the easy target.
well, to her credit, the harlot is alienating herself from everybody else in the world. So they've got
Exactly.
slaves. So I think they're going to be too busy dealing with a whole lot of other adversaries that they are dragged into the abyss when they're drowning. And I
But
think the Most High has got another plan.
Well, when they're drowning, but you also have to understand this. That's what I'm trying to say. When you're drowning, you're not really able to concentrate on all your faculties, right? You want to hurt somebody, right? But when you're drowning, you have to take the lifeline that's being thrown to you, and you're going to have to hold on to that lifeline so then you're able to catch your breath, right? You have to
Yeah.
get that airflow back into your lungs. You got to catch your breath. You got to choke out the water that had been taken in. So, as you're taking in, or as you're clearing yourself on out, they're going to say, okay, we're bringing in aid, but they're going to also be taking out people. Does that make sense?
Well, what doesn't make sense is the fact that you got European countries uh, doing military exercises in Greenland, your longest undefended border in the world, Canada. You're alienating yourself from the people over there. They're pivoting to China and other areas. The Mexico, you got the cartels and situations going through there, and
Well,
enemies can go there. So I
let me
mean,
let me explain that. Let me explain that. They're not getting aid because people like them. Hello, they're not getting aid because people like them. Okay, even criminals, right? they get thrown a lifeline so that they don't just drown on the police chase when they run into the water and they're stuck trying to swim on out. They'll rescue them.
Well, they bring out the
No,
hostage negotiator.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. They're rescuing them because, again, you do want to rescue those folks to bring them to justice, right? But you also want to rescue the folks that are trapped along there with them on that high-speed chase.
Yep.
We're unfortunately trapped in the high-speed chase with them. He did it. Listen, we didn't pull up on the drive-through, okay? We're just the hostage in the car while they were committing the drive-through.
Yeah,
the drive-by. Do you see what I'm saying? Now you have other people, other nations saying, "Hey, we want our family back," but they were forcibly stuck in that drive-by. Can you help bring them back? And now it's, well, what do I get out of it? If you bring it back, we can then help you because you're now lacking your resources. Everything this fire is doing, everything that Trump is doing is affecting Europe worse. So they have literally no choice. Do they want to help? Absolutely not. Do they have to help? Yeah, they do, because they know that they're being cut off from the resources.
The heartless mother is confounded in what she's doing.
Yeah.
Brother,
yeah, go ahead, sis. Go ahead, daughter. Sorry.
Shalom, Pastor Rick. Shalom. Stop. Sorry, my little son. Mommy on the phone. Shalom, Brother Karras. Oh, Dr. Brother Karras. No, I'm not gonna stay along because these babies. But my question is, so recently, the ambassador to China visited. Did he visit Trump? Am I saying this wrong? But basically, China sent a message to President Trump and told him basically to stop bombing Iran or going as far as he thought he was going to do. With that being said, what do you think China told? What do you think the ambassador told United States of America, and them putting pressure on them? Do you think Africa is going to talk to China and tell China, we need you to do this, that, and third so we can get our people home? Are they to that space or moment yet?
All right. I want to say this, just unofficially, unconfirmed. I mean, look, actions actions are louder than words, right? We just had, again, so Ghana was basically the spokes country, or the country that said, I'll go ahead, I'm going to do this. Ghana spoke up on behalf of the African Union. Remember when that Eastern Mediterranean nation, was trying to barge their way into a closed door meeting, a closed door session, that they really were trying to get into? Why is that? Because now you're starting to understand what I was hypothesizing all along, that they were trying to figure out how to bring us back home. But if you had those people on in there, well, what do you think? That's antithetical of their look. We go home, they can't survive. Do you see what I'm saying? They can't survive politically, militaristically, financially, and they can't even survive spiritually.
They don't want us going back to Jerusalem.
Yeah, so with Netanyahu coming to visit the United
States. Wait. You gotta use code words.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna get this channel shut down.
I do not want to do that, Karras. I hope the best for you, brother. I'm serious. I'm sorry.
You better know. The boss. You better know when the ball slides in. They're extra. They're extra critical.
Well, with that certain president going to meet a certain president in the U.S. with another certain president, So with them combining, not combining, joining the party,
Mm-hmm.
what does that mean? It's like they on their last leg. I mean,
That's exactly what it is. It's the last leg.
oh,
So, even when we were presenting with the U.S. economy, it shrunk. It shrunk a lot from what 1.1 or they were saying 1.8. It shrunk 2.1%. They were hoping 1.8%. It shrunk to 1.5. These are and these don't even include the revisions, and they're taking out a lot of the key data that would show that our economy is really doing very terrible. Taking out food and energy prices. Well, no. Why don't you show the food and energy prices? Because if you showed the food and the energy prices, the inflation would be astronomical. Man, how are we people living? We're not living. Nobody here is living. If you're living, hey, hallelujah. May the Most High bless you. If you're like the rest of us, man, may the Most High get us on out of here quickly because we're just barely surviving.
Yes. Because even the food, it's like something ain't right. The other day, I went to the store and I spent $60, and half of that was through like WIC, and I still had to pay like $20. And I looked at it, I had milk, eggs. I think I had some fruit, and I was like, that cost $60. I was like, man, like,
yeah, we're getting into a level of really almost hyperinflation. We're getting to that level. So when because you're getting less and less and less, and it's like, well, hallelujah, I'm losing weight. Hallelujah, I'm losing weight.
We are living on credit like the government is.
Yes.
Well, and because we're, when people used to talk about Venezuela like 10 years ago, we're on the Maduro diet. Well, look, we're on the Trump diet, and that's where your meal plan is only once or twice a day. That's the Trump diet, and don't get that twisted. That's affecting everybody. So now, what is that doing? Well, they're trying to, number one, you can't think when you're hungry. So you're now becoming more irrational. So everything that he's saying, you can't really plausibly put together, like, okay, this dude's lying. Oh, we could do, we got oil and water and all this stuff. You're now in a deficit. You're in a poverty mode, and now the poverty mode has created an actual intellectual deficit.
You're in a cult. That's what cult leaders do. They deny you.
They deny you food. Come on.
And they deny you, what's the other one? Food, sleep, and I've forgotten.
And relationships. So you can't talk to your family. Why is it that we haven't been able to talk to our family over on the continent for years, for decades, for centuries?
This is a time for our traumatic intelligence. That's the thing that's been ascribed to us that we can do in hard times. You have to pardon me. This algorithm, I can't hear Daughters of Zion or Chantel in I'm juggling another iPad to even hear from them. So pardon
can you hear me now?
I'm interrupting.
No, you're fine, because I was going to say, even if we wanted to visit the continent, like I wanted to, I have a large family. So for us all to go would be $30,000. Well, no, it was $25,000.
They know that. That's why I can plausibly say, look, if they're asking for money, and then when we were talking about the legalese, right? We have to have and understand dark words, dark policies, dark sentences. The same way that they utilize things. Because why? Because everything that we want, okay, you have to speak plainly to me. I can't speak plainly to you. I'm not allowed to speak plainly to you. Well, you gotta speak it plainly. And no, if you haven't been able to see what is happening and discern what is happening, And if you haven't been able to even pray about what's happening, then I can't have a conversation with you, because there has to be a level. It's not an intellectual level. It's actually a physical level of then taking the time to seeing and looking and discerning and understanding and analyzing, right, what is happening. Because why? They can't tell you, oh yeah, hey, guess what? We're gonna do X, Y, and Z and X, Y, and Z so we can rescue you. No, they can't do that. We understand the Most High has a plan. We're doing this. He's allowed us to do that. No. Why? Because then that would be mainstream. And then guess what they'll do? They'll try to come up and interdict and interact and destroy the plan.
Well, that's the reason I'm getting to the point. I'm convinced that's the reason. I'm getting to the point. I'm convinced that's why half of us don't know. That's why a very small bit of us know what's really going on, what's going on with the economy. Because I've had conversations with my family, and we've gotten on that subject. And my sister said to me, one moment. My sister said to me, under no circumstances was she going to leave United States of America. And I just stopped right there. I said, you know what? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say no more.
But those are the same ones. Those are the, and it's kind of funny. I laugh because those are the same ones. Well, why? And I would ask, what is compelling you to stay here in the United States of America? I would ask, what compels? Why that statement?
Well, they have a comfortable life in the sense of I can eat basically what I want to. I can go basically where I want to. I don't have to worry about my housing and all that.
Okay, so now for the time being, and guess what? That's what everybody says. Those are the ones that's going to leave first. And then when you're trying to leave to help, or and you're trying to help them on out, they're going to be the ones that's sitting up in that cargo plane trying to kick you away so they can get up on out of there.
Yeah, the first ones there.
They're going to be the first ones in the cargo plane. They're going to be telling the pilot, leave now, leave. They're going to be trying to kick you up on out of that cargo plane.
Yeah, we seen those in films.
Yeah, and that's not just in film. That's what happened in Ukraine. That was the case study. Ukraine should have showed you the case study. What were they doing? We don't want black people on the train. We're trying to get our people on out of here first. I'm not going to leave Ukraine. I love it here. It's such a comfortable. I'm so comfortable. And then when that comfort goes away,
the car team.
Come on. When that comfort goes away, they're the first ones out. That's what happens every single time.
Because they're chasing their comfort.
Bingo. Well, if your house is no longer in a safe zone, if your house becomes in a irradiated area, if your house no longer has running water or electricity, if your house is no longer able to produce food because you can't go to the grocery stores and your electric is down, you're not going to be up in here. I've already had the plan. I already know where I'm going. My plan got a little complicated with different things.
Yeah. Well, no, I just, like I said, I'm to the point. I'm just leaving it to the Most High. I mean, I really don't say too much to my family anymore because I'm like, I told my mom, I love my mom. I love my family. That when I say all this, I do love my family. But I have told different people in my family, like I told my mother, it's gonna come to the point where we're gonna have to leave. We're going somewhere in Africa. I don't know where, somewhere in Africa. But we better have a plan because it might even get to the point where the airport ain't gonna be open. How you gonna get across the water?
Yeah, now I don't. And at that point in time, you got to remember, they're the only people that will be leaving, and I think people have to understand this. You're all right. I'm just going to tell you this: when that day comes, people that are here in the United States that talking about, oh, I got my passport and I'm going to be up and going. Where are you going to go to? They're going to say, unless you have business here, we're not going to take you. But I'm a refugee. I'm a this. I'm a that. No, unless you have business here, we can't help you. All right, Sister Todd. Okay, there you go.
I'm back. I'm sorry. My and in a little bit I'm gonna go because my toddler just won't leave me alone. Okay,
No,
I ain't
that's
gonna say
fine.
that.
That's fine.
My
It's
toddler is
always,
busy.
it's always when you're on the phone. It's
Yeah,
always when
no,
you're
he
on the
just
phone.
wants your attention. Don't worry about it. He just wants your attention. No, it's fine.
Well, I better enjoy it while I can because when they get older, sometimes they be like, "I got my thing, Mama. I'll call you on Sabak." so, so yeah, but yeah, yeah,
All right. Well,
yeah.
thank you, daughter.
Yeah.
It's fine. Be
All right.
blessed.
Well, much love to you both, Sister Chantel. May I meet you someday. I
Oh,
love
you
your
will.
spirit. Love your
Hopefully,
spirit.
the Most High keeps us all. I pray that He keeps us all of us. And
Yes.
when I say all of us, I'm not just talking about those of us in the chat. I'm not even talking about those of us that are awake. I'm not even talking about the righteous of us. I mean, all of us.
All of us.
We
Yeah.
must all have a chance to do right by the Most High when He says, okay, this is the laws, this is what I want you to do. Because so much has been taken away from us, so much has been changed and twisted from us. We've been separated and just separated from each other and pulled apart and remade in their likeness and their image. It we need the Most High to bring us back, all of us, and to instruct us of His way. So I always pray, I say, Father, keep the whole house of Yasharal. You know, like I'm not that he needs reminding, but you know, there's the prophets of old reminded the Most High, like, remember, Father, these people have done an evil work on your people. They've done so much evil on us, and I'm asking, just please give us a chance to just go home and to just be with you. When I woke up, that was the one thing I said. I said, please, Father, give me the chance to know the truth. And he gave me that. So I really, truly believe that if we pray, if we ask him to keep us, he will keep us. He's done. I just want to say this quickly for you and any of our sisters that have, you know, especially if you're single mums and everything and you have a large family. Listen, when we
Well,
get to these
can I say
shores,
this, Sister Chantel?
hmm?
It is me and my husband. Brother Cares know the other part, and we ain't gonna go there because that's not necessary. But
Mm-hmm.
it is. I will say my husband does help. He does help. He does do his best. He go to work, so it is a group effort. And you know I
But
don't always
this
say his
is
name or mention him, but yeah,
that's
it's a
okay.
group effort.
This isn't just for that. This is for those, for anybody that has a large family, and this
Yeah,
is it's something that is kind of like an impossible thing, or seems like an
yeah,
impossible thing to pick up and move. I'm saying we got here with nothing. Look at where we are now. We left Egypt with, well, we left with great substance, but that's neither here or there, right?
yeah,
We are the most adaptive people on the face of this earth. And
yeah,
that is the blessing of the Most High. Let me say this again. We are the most adaptive people on the face of the earth. How many people put batteries? How many of us were putting batteries in the freezer to
What?
get that
What?
energy used? We do things the things that we do, the things that we come up with, like
Mm-hmm.
there's so much things that we do where we've been so separated, right? And there's things that we were all doing, and when we now that we're sort of talking, we're like, oh yeah, I did that too, and we did that too, because
Yeah.
we think the same. We are the same. We as far and as distant as we've become, the Most High has kept us in these lands,
Yeah.
right? We might not be
Hallelujah.
talking to our brothers and sisters in the Indian and the Asian spaces, but they're there. They are
Mm-hmm.
there, right? And I do pray, I ask the Most High to keep them as well, that we all come home, you know. So this is going to be a great work. This is going to be something that is going to amaze not just us, but these nations. They to the point where the Bible says no one's going to be talking about the first Exodus anymore. So if we know that there were so many miracles and so many wonders that happened during the first time we left. Can you
Mm.
imagine? No, you can't.
Oh,
We
yeah,
can't.
I
We can't
can't. I
imagine.
can't.
But
I
I'm just
can't.
saying, the Most High will. He has already told us. You don't tell your kids every little detail of when you're going on a trip or an excursion.
Mhm.
You don't tell them everything. You just say, "Look, get in the car and we're going." Right? It's the
Mhm.
most
Mhm.
same with that. This is
I'm,
our
I'm,
Father.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. It's going to be painfully obvious when this
Mhm.
happens. Okay, it's just like, look, we all caught on when they released this. I'm gonna tell you this. To me, I
Mhm.
believe, just in my opinion, we're in about a 60-day window from when the UN, the what is it, General Assembly, the UN General Assembly.
Mhm.
Let me Google that. When is the UN General Assembly for this year?
Mhm.
And
Have
you
they
know,
moved their Have they moved their base to Kenya yet?
well, remember they've already started that process September 8th. Okay,
Mhm.
the UN General Assembly is September 8th. It starts September
Mhm.
8th.
Just
But the high
before that,
level general
in
debate
November.
is, yeah.
Mhm.
So basically it goes for about 3 weeks. 3 weeks, and understand that this General Assembly is going to be crazy. This will be, if not, if folks aren't already in conflict or war, this is it. It's just my opinion. This is it. And we have less than 60 days. September is right around the corner. We're going to be in August in 2 days.
And Sister Chantel, I gotta go, but I'm gonna be listening in the background because these kiddos are hungry now. So
All right. Yeah.
Shalom. Keep you well.
Shalom.
And
yes,
Shalom, daughters.
shalom to y'all too. All right, later.
Now, I'm not going to say this that folks are going to up and be ready to bounce at that time, but I'm going to say that at that time you got to remember your what would be called back in the day, that's radical. What you're saying is too radical, right? Even what they had proposed a couple years ago was too radical. Who voted? Three people that voted against the measure: that Eastern Mediterranean nation, Argentina, and the United States. And guess what? Have you saw that all this year they've shown their behinds? They've all shown their behinds on the world stage.
they have, haven't they?
They've all
That's
been
funny.
exposed, isn't it? Right? The Federation, the Confederation. And I want to say I want to do this. I want to do this. When is the second rainy season in Ethiopia? Oh, 2026. There we go. I gotta second rainy season. Current. I'm gonna have to get Yakoba on here to help me translate this. Current. Current. Let me share this so you all can see this. That has been on my mind. I don't know how many like days, weeks it has literally been on my mind. It was regarding something else. When you're going through that season, we're all going through the season. We're going through a season. But the season, look, here it is. Ethiopia has two rainy seasons. The first is Belge. We went through Belg, right? Look, February through May. Do you see what was going on February through May? Come on. All right, man. All right. I'm about to be up on here for another 3 hours. I'm about to be up on here for another 3 hours.
You just brought on your Cobra?
No.
I thought he's gonna say like he
Listen.
came on. I was gonna say
Do,
like,
do
oh,
you all do you all see? Come on. Okay, come on. Come on. Belg. Belg. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry.
Belg.
February to May. What happened? What was going
There
on?
was a lot of
February to
things that
May.
happened during that.
That was the,
Wasn't
that
that
was the,
when?
that was the first operation of the war.
Yeah,
What ended up happening in June? They did what? The cessation, the the MOU for the ceasefire. They had a pause, right? The pause happened because they were starting to ramp down at the end of May, and then June they had the pause.
so that would be what, the latter rain,
Now we're in the second season. Now we're in the second season.
and that lasts
What do you
from June to September.
September? What is Trump trying to do? He's trying to finish things off, right? So he can then, of course, time it militarily, time it politically, time it diplomatically. Hey, we were able to conquer.
They're all about those numbers, aren't they?
Yeah, we're able to conquer these Negroes. Look at us. Look at what we were able to do. Look how we were able to do this. Do you see the timing? September 2026 falls in line. What did Jacoba say? Look, that he was talking about the Exodus when he was talking about the coincidences and similarities. Boy, oh boy, if that is not a coinky dink. Pray that our flight not be in the what? In the winter. Can you imagine? Can you understand the audacity that Ghana were to show up and declare we want our brothers and sisters to return back, and we are making this petition known
Mm.
for the return starting today.
What's that called? What is it that they follow? It's what they follow, but the Most High deals has always done this. But they follow, what's it called? Vortex mathematics.
Uh yeah, brother Asaph just had it earlier. The Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
Sequence. Right? And so yes. What September? September is the 7th month. That's why it's sept. The 7th month. I'm just saying listen, do you not think that they would be that bold? Why not? Why not? America's standing had been weakened. See, that's why you don't go around and you just don't, play military, especially if you've never been in the military, because you don't know how to utilize your military. You don't know about all of these secondary and tertiary effects. You know, the primary being bam, boom, yeah. Things get blown up, but guess what? People adapt in the background. People then come up with tactics, and if you don't know the tactics that they're going to come on up with, then guess what? Then you're flying blind. They're flying blind.
Hey, listen. There's a song. What's it? September song by Frank Sinatra. I don't know. I always, that for me, I'm always like trying to find. Well, I just remember certain things, and I don't know. There's like, what was it? The lyrics of it. When I was a young man. This is the first verse. When I was a young man courting the girls, I played me a waiting game. If a maid refused me with tossing curls, I'd let the old earth take a couple of whirls, while I piled her with tears in lieu of pearls. And as time came around, she came my way. As time came around, she came. Like, there's so much hidden messages in
Yeah.
so many songs,
I
so
was
many
thinking
things.
I was thinking Earth, Wind, and Fire on that one.
Well, there's that, but I don't know. For some
That's
reason, this
obvious.
just came up into my
Hmm.
this came up into my mind as well. But there's
Now,
a lot of sorry, go
now,
on.
for September, yes, it is the ninth month, right, of this Julian or Gregorian calendar, whatever you want to call it. However, Sept is actually um, alluding to a Roman or Latin way of counting, right? You would have un, dos, dos, trois, trotto, quattro, cinco, seis, and then sept, sita. So those are a couple of different. So they all have the deviations of your Roman Latin deviations of seven. Seven is what? Completion.
Mm.
Yeah, so that's why everything does happen. A lot of stuff usually ends up happening in September, as Sister Minnie had stated. And
Yeah,
now,
this song literally alludes to that with May to December, and then it says something about September when the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame.
mm, mm,
It's just like there's just so much in this song.
this is, I'm telling you, this is something that we tend to overlook because, again, we all have it. I have it. I tend to look at what it is and what we're seeing right now. But the Most High has also given us the spirit of understanding, which is truth.
Mm.
Because when you are leaning on the Most High, right? When you're leaning on His Word, He's going to what? Give you understanding, the wisdom, right? Proverbs chapter 1. We just talked about that. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of what? Of wisdom.
Mm.
So it's not to be fearful, but it's to be understanding of all of these different environments that we're transitioning in. Even though it hurts, even though it's painful, we're learning and we're going and moving through this.
Well,
And
it's
there
not
and there,
perspective, or not really.
go ahead.
I was just saying it's not really us that's being fearful. We're more concerned about how they react because we
Yes.
know that how they react is always rather than seeking out why things are happening or blaming. They never punch up. They always look for, well, us to make them feel better.
Yeah, are
So
we going to react in fear, right? Isn't that what that is? Isn't that with all
mm,
the scream movies? You always have to have, one of us screaming, back in the day, all the horror movies, the brother screams and then they're the first one, the sister screams, she's the first one deleted in the movies. Oh wait, well, I can now look at this because they killed the black character. Oh yes.
maybe that's why there's so many horror films lately, is to put everybody in a sense of fear and panic.
Yeah, that's,
You
look,
know, so
you created a generation based off of fear and panic. That was called September 11th.
Mm.
Literally, that was September 11th. Why do you think 11 years later, Tea Party, okay? That was the start of the Tea Party. Then after that, 15 years later, that's literally MAGA. And then now, what, 20, 25 years later, you had Russia going on because they were trying to put Russia in fear. And Putin said, I'm not having it. That's when war. Now 25 years later, now you have Iran starting.
Actually,
Quarter of
yeah,
a
that's
century.
you're
Quarter of a
you're onto
century.
something there. You're
Yeah,
onto something there. They really are trying to put. They tried to put Russia in fear, and he moved exactly how he moved like a bear. He weren't trying to
yeah,
move for nobody, and
yeah.
they're trying to
He
do the same thing.
charged, right? He
Right,
charged as a bear.
right.
Everybody else would have seen the buildup and they would have panicked. No, oh, you're trying to go for these cubs. I'm charging. And he charged into Ukraine. That's the principality. What is the dragon doing? The dragon, China has their tongue on out, tasting and scenting and feeling, right? The changes.
Mm. But
What, what,
look at
yeah.
how Iran reacted as well. They,
Yep.
they you could not get them to move. They were going to move when they were ready to move.
What are
But
they? They're
America
wild.
wanted to
They're
force
they're
their
wild
hand.
boar. They're Iran was always what, a wild boar.
Yeah, that's another charging animal. But
But they
they also
charge.
assess,
They charge when they are cornered. The
right.
boars are one of the hardest animals to catch because they can smell you from up to 6 miles away.
And they're
You
quite swift as well.
Yes, and they're swift. And they're it's hard for you to catch them. They'll dig, they'll burrow into their holes.
Mm. They really have no idea what they're dealing with. If they understood a small fragment of scripture, or even with the nations that they're messing with, they would actually deal with
Here's the
them a little
thing. Here's the
different.
thing. I think they do. I know they do. Because why? Because they knew exactly how America would react. They had to
Oh,
come
no, no,
through.
no, 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 no. I mean, if America, the ones that claim to be a Christian nation, if they understood the principalities behind these other nations they're trying to provoke, they would have come at this differently.
Well, but again, if you know who you are, think about this. It's also like paradoxical, right? The
Mm.
paradigm of, well, if you know who you are, you really can't change anything about it anyway. So you're just going to continue what's true to your nature, even as you're destroyed, right? Because
That
anything else, anywhere else that you think that you're going to do is going to lead to the path of destruction because it's not what you are germanely, choosing.
you
So,
could only be true to yourself.
what's that?
You can only be true to yourself.
Exactly, and that's the paradox, right? Well, they should have done this. They should have known better. No, they know what they knew, and they're going to stick with what they know because that's all they know.
Yeah, that's why
And
they can't change.
yeah, exactly. And it's like, and that's why you have to, you have to have a level of compassion because again, we were in that particular path for most of us, myself included. I didn't know, but you want to know something? I knew something was off. I knew something was off, and guess what I did? I questioned, I challenged, I asked, I looked, I searched for, I prayed about. Okay, Father, you lead me and guide me in all truth. I need to know these questions because it's burning at me. It's tearing at me.
Um,
Am I the
Carrie,
only one seeing wickedness? And we were all asking this. Are we the only ones that seeing this? Why? What? And then we go and we understand like-minded folks because we're led and guided into and are guided into all truths. In all truths. Look, we may
Uh,
not like where we get to at the end, but we're gonna get there. Yes, go ahead, Sis Chantel.
I was just gonna say, look at what Minister Rick has put down, and for me, like I agree with what he says. That is what Trump says, and I agree with everything he says. But for me, it's like only a whore would think like that. In terms of, I'm talking about Trump when he
Yeah,
says
on the
that,
yeah,
and how
yeah,
the people relate to that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All these white supremacists. That is the mind of a whore.
yes.
That is what a
Bingo.
whore.
Because
You
it's a vain mind. And the mind of a whore is vanity.
right. I want them to do for me. Beg,
Hmm.
kneel before Zod.
Yeah. Hmm.
That's that's their sentiments. It's like kneel before me, bow before me. I want you to do what I'm gonna be like Nebuchadnezzar. Bow before my image.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm this. I'm that. What about that? Oh well, that doesn't matter. We've already defeat them. We've already. You see, it's like it, and really, people would actually say back in the day before all this, they would say that would be a narcissistic personality. And that's the narcissism at scary levels, right? Everybody has a bit of narcissism, but that's narcissism that then gets you deleted.
Mm.
Join in on my crazy. What? No, no, why? Well, because once you do it, you'll love it, and it's great, and it's all this.
If they were to do a film based on their president, but when I mean based on, I mean the personality trait, and he was the villain of the story. These MAGA people would absolutely hate that
Hmm.
character. They
Yeah.
would absolutely hate that character. And then if a person who created that film or whatever turned around and said, well, actually, I used the personality traits of said president. Because I know something like that has happened in the past, where we've seen instances where they'll flag this kind of trait and be like, oh, we don't like this and blah blah blah, only to discover, well, that we got that's his, that's what he does. And then they'll sort of gaslight themselves more than anything. They're not really gaslighting anybody else, because nobody believes anything, and I think they know that. It's the echo chamber that they want to reside in. They just
Hmm.
stand there at the. Do you remember that that little clip of Obi-Wan Kenobi at the mirror, where
Yeah.
he's like, that's MAGA. That is
Yeah.
literally MAGA. I am a handsome man. Literally trying to oh gosh, why can't I remember what it's called? What's that mind thing called that they call in Star Wars?
Oh. Oh. I forgot what you. Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Um.
I swear
It's
my
not
brain
the.
is just
It's not glimmer. It's like I'm trying to
not
remember.
glimmer. No, it's not. Somebody in the
Oh.
chat's gonna know.
Yeah. I know.
It's not
Yeah.
mine though.
Somebody knows.
That's a broken thing.
No.
I know that.
Yeah. It's like these aren't the force. It's not the force. It's another like. These aren't the
It's the
droids
force,
you're
but it's
looking
something
for.
that they use on the force,
Yeah,
where they put where
the
put
Jedi is it the Jedi
the
mind
Jedi
trick?
mind trick.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh my gosh, thank you. I wouldn't have slept. I'd have that on my
thank,
mind all night.
thank you, brother Marlon, and thank you, brother Marlon. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they Jedi mind trick
These-
themselves.
Sister Chantel would have called me like at 2 a.m. my time. Brother Karras, I figured it out. It was just I'm tired. I'm sleeping. I'm,
Are you
I'm
asleep?
four.
Oh, sorry,
I'm
my
four.
bad.
I'm 4 hours behind you.
Oh
Oh,
my gosh, that really would irritate me.
Yeah.
That really would me.
Oh man. Look, and let me because I want to bring this home because I want to let me share this because I was the Google AI, and then here's the September 8th, and then look the high level general debate September 22nd. That's the opening date, and then September 22nd is the world leaders begin their high level speeches towards the end of what of the rainy season. Passover season. I don't know. I don't know if Jacob on something. This may. I don't know. I can only speculate. So, boy, I've been on for a minute. No, that was the Vulcan mind meld. Yeah, Vulcan mind.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the right one. The Vulcan mind melt is
Oh goodness.
a little different.
Yeah, yeah, and that is tabernacle season. See, Michelle. Yes, that is tabernacle season. Boy, here we go. I don't know what else to say. If I can say anything else, all I can say is we will see. The Most High is still on His throne. He's still doing things behind the scenes that I can only imagine. That's why I tell people, look, don't get discouraged on any of
Hmm.
this. Don't get discouraged. The Most High is moving in this season. So we shall definitely see. We're definitely going to get there. Kicking and screaming for some of us, for most of us. But the Most High will bring us along as we trust in Him. Hallelujah. Well, family, I'm coming towards the end. 3.5 hours. Wow.
Three,
And I
I
still
know.
got and I still got things to do.
What time is
Hallelujah.
it over there?
It is 11 o'clock, 11 p.m. Or excuse me, a.m. 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
It's 4
Oh,
o'clock. Here.
four. So
It's
yeah, so
four
you're
o'clock
five
in the
hours.
afternoon, and I haven't had my tea and crumpets. My afternoon tea. I'm quite put out by that, Caris.
Yep. Yeah. And a lot of as the Supermodel Society says, if we believe the Promised Land is in the southern hemisphere, that's the spring season, according to the true land, the season of Passover. And it could very well be. Look, I always say this: we always say, according to, we won't know until we actually get there on the land, because in the land, guess what? They know. Now, do they know everything? No, they have oral tradition. I believe that once things happen, we'll have not just oral tradition. I believe that we'll have certain things opened up, i.e., the Vatican opening up the catacombs. That's what I
They have
believe.
they have some stuff over here as well in the British Museum in their vault.
Yeah.
But it,
Look, Europe will be opening up their vaults. And when they do, that's going to be, what they're not going to like.
no.
Because
Maybe
again,
in essence that would be the true meaning as we come to the finishing side of us being out of this land. Maybe that might be the true meaning of Esau skirts being listed.
hmm Yep, unless they're like that one person on the that there was the video of the one lady. She had put a TV up up her skirt and try to waddle the TV on out, and
I'm
they
sorry.
caught
What?
her. It was in a Walmart. What is up that skirt? I ain't got nothing. He said, we saw you take a TV.
This wasn't one of our people, was it? Please.
Unfortunately, it was.
Oh
Unfortunately, it was.
Lord. How big was the skirt and how big was the television?
Listen, I do not know, but she had some practice with whatever, however she was able to waddle out, because it looked like she was just doing a little natural shuffle. She shuffled in first, and then she shuffled right on out. They said, "Excuse me, we saw what you done did."
I'm just trying to see how she would be carrying it. Because I kind of it would make sense if it was the old school televisions, the block ones, because then
No,
you keep. But
no, this is
it's
like
a flat
the flat
TV.
screen. Yeah, it's a flat screen in the
So
box.
what end are you holding it? That's what I'm trying to say. are you are you walking with it at the sides? Is it coming? Are you holding between your legs where it's still sticking out of the skirt? It makes no sense. I'm like, how
Oh,
did you practice
she
this?
just had the shirt, down, the skirt down to her ankles, and just waddled on out, and it was so smooth. Look, it was like Michael Jackson. You got hit by a smooth criminal. Ding 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 ding. Look, she
Must have
came
looked
on
like
up
a
in there.
tent.
So I mean, she was bigger. She was bigger. So she was like,
I don't mean her size. I mean the fact that
it was
it's
an
going
old
to be sticking out
It
of
was a
either.
it was the old school video. It must have been like maybe 4 or 5 years old.
That's still recent for these televisions.
Oh man.
How
Hmm.
does anybody have those old school block televisions still? I
No,
wonder.
no. This. I'm gonna say old school, like 4 or 5 years. This is like a flat screen. This is a flat screen TV.
I don't know. I mean, if anybody in the chat or if anybody knows, like, I'm interested. Like, does anybody have those
Oh,
old school televisions or like the
the old
dial-up
catheter,
screen?
the old
Yeah,
catheter tube TVs. Catheter
yeah.
tube.
When the television was gray. Oh my gosh. Those
It cuts
TVs.
on like with the little star. And
Yeah, yeah,
those are those old school Neo TVs. Those are those Neo TVs.
yes. Oh my gosh. How many? Who? Do you remember when you had to physically go up to the television to press the buttons to change the channel?
Yeah, you
Oh
got to
my
hit the
god.
knob. You got to hit the knob. I remember my grandmother had gotten a Zenith with the remote control. My brother and I didn't know what to do. What?
And the remote controls, they were big, man. Oh my
Mhm.
goodness, they were massive. They were bricks.
Yeah, they're the
Like,
size of they're the size of your arm. They're the,
yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh.
yeah, you
Like,
got
oh,
but those turn the dials. Those turn the dials. They had that antenna, and then you had that hanger. Then
I was just about to say
you had
that.
that metal hanger. You get that reception, that VHF.
Everybody's
You ain't
television
that
got a
VHF.
busted aerial,
Mm-hmm.
and there was that hanger that you had to use.
Don't let it be raining. Do not let it be raining. That you see the greens and the purples, all strewn across. It's like, oh boy.
Smack that TV upside its head, boy.
Yeah, yeah. Pop a couple times. What was the most abused home appliance in the
Uh,
1970s, 80s, and early 90s? The
and
TV.
VHS, the videos,
Yeah,
when the
hanging around a few times.
or the cassettes, and they would get snagged up in the cassette player. Oh my gosh, man! They don't make them like that anymore, though, man.
Nope. No, especially when you're about to get charged just to watch your TV. You do not have enough credits to
You
watch your
have no
TV.
idea. My gosh, you guys
You
don't
do
have anything like that, do you?
not have enough credits to throw a tennis ball against the wall. You do not have enough credits. Oh my goodness.
TV license. just to
No,
switch it on. I'm telling you,
we
they have
we
little
had
cars. They have
no
little
when
cars
you
that drive
cable
around.
when you do cable out here,
You have
and people
cable.
still do cable. Shoot,
No, we
I'm
left
about to
that like
switch.
years ago.
I'm about to switch to T-Mobile. I'm kind of getting
We
fed up
had
with
cable a while
the
ago, but that was left. We went digital like ages ago.
yeah.
Um, like
Like,
Sky
'cause
TV.
the only thing I kind of watch is just the local news channels. Everything else, like sports and stuff like that, if I need to watch highlights and things of that nature, I'll just watch the little highlights. I don't even the only thing that I did was just the the World Cup, and that's just because I'm a soccer fan. I'm sorry, I am, but I needed to watch that World Cup because that World Cup showed some people's behinds. That was a classic. And then Trump is trying to ruin the World Cup. His family is literally trying to ruin the World Cup. They're trying to charge people now.
Oh,
Trying,
sorry,
trying to
see,
privatize
Michelle,
it.
you lived in the UK as well. Yeah, we had 3 to 4 channels, and yeah, I remember when they launched Channel 5. It was a big thing. It was yeah,
Oh no,
it was
no,
huge.
no on cable. No, no on cable. And I remember, and I had this. I had like they called it like the gold package for Spectrum. I had this like years ago. There was over like 1,000 channels, like 1,900 channels. It was ridiculous. You have your
Yeah,
HD, your
nothing.
Ultra HD. You have this, and then if I really wanted to get really premium, I could do like the Eastern Asian or the Arab TV package, and they have that
Yeah,
here where I'm at, and that's just because of literally where I'm at. Um,
yeah, yeah.
so
Jermaine, yes, we do have to pay TV license. So I don't. I've got television. You can have your television, but you're not allowed to watch terrestrial television, or like if we wanted to have like um Sky TV, which has it's kind of like cable or whatever. It's digital, but you have all these different channels and everything. If you have that, you have to pay for the TV license, which is pretty much give or take £200, which I don't know how much that is in dollars. Well
we
over
have a
200.
so we have the same thing. I can't say that we don't, but when you check your bill, you have an FCC license. Just like even when I speak on,
Oh,
any
okay.
type of even for your cell phones, here they have your FCC fee and things of that nature. So the government collects, your taxes and fees. Like, don't get it twisted. The taxes and fees will come up to about like $30 here. It is a lot.
30
It is,
bucks a month.
yeah, generally speaking. No, no. Taxes and fees, maybe about $10. $10 a month. Because it's usually like 2.99 or something like that. But you got to remember, we're more people. We have more people here in the United
Yeah.
States, so we can, so for those type of fees and things of that nature, our fees cost maybe less. It's just aggregate. We just have more, so it's aggregate.
Yeah, sorry, it's about £180
And
for the year. That's our TV license for the year,
man,
180.
Lisa Marie says, I remember the knob on our TV broke off, and my stepdad got the pliers. Yep, gotta
Yes.
be the pliers.
Oh my gosh, yes. And like my dad would go get like he'd be mad. Who troubled the pliers? Where the pliers them?
Because the pliers would stay. The pliers
Yeah,
would stay on top of the
the
TV.
side.
You don't move
Yeah.
those pliers
Actually,
nowhere.
my dad said don't put it on top of the
With it,
television.
with it.
And I think big sis Tara said the what's it? The hanger with foil wrapped around it as well. Yeah, we did that too.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, all these little hacks that we did. And they started copying, like they just copy everything. Cause like, come on, man. We were yeah, we were doing all these things. We were putting the stuff in the freezer. We would like we already know I think it was a black person that I can't remember who created something. What was it? Something specific. I think it was ice cream or something. The Chinese say they created it. The Italians say they created it, but I don't know, man. There's a lot of things. But then when you think about who was there, like 200 to 300 years ago, they weren't looking like that. So, oh, we're just going to get into sort of theories and whatever. So I'm just going to keep quiet on that fact.
This isn't good. They said today 1 pound is 1.34 US dollars. Actually, that's not good at all. So basically, a dollar for you all is
that's
like 80,
crap.
like 8.8, like 0.80 pounds. Correct?
Like when I was a kid, like the dollar was like double. Like we could go out to America and just go
Yeah, you can
nuts.
ball. Yeah, you can ball on out. But then afterwards, when you all had fallen a lot, you all had fallen a lot.
Yeah, to be
The
honest.
pound at its lowest was actually about 1 or 2 years ago. That was the pound at its lowest, and it was at like 1.2.
Oh yes, I
Yeah,
remember that.
$1 was like, or 1 pound was like worth $1.2. That was at the lowest, and so now
Yes,
they're
because I remember
gaining.
there was quite a few Americans that started coming over to.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, let's okay, Brit. The UK is actually affordable. This is actually 2021, 2022.
Yeah, just when they
Mm-hmm.
started opening up the borders for people to
Mm-hmm.
come to start traveling. Maybe that was done deliberately. Who knows? But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that was crazy because people started panicking. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I can't go to America. I can't get my this and I can't do like people like you call it sneakers, we call it trainers.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, yeah, because they're all on out here. Trust me, at all the little factory outlets, you get everybody that comes on out to do their shopping, their
mm,
shopping. So
we used to get
it,
a lot of Asians, specifically Chinese, coming over to Burberry's to go to Burberry's. We know why now.
mm-hmm.
Because then all of a sudden it was like there was the Burberry jackets and the Burberry bags that were just flooding everywhere, and then
Mm-hmm.
Burberry got oh mad. So
Yeah. Your Louis Vuitton, your Burberry, your Gucci. Yeah, now everything is flooded, and it's like, is that authentic? And it's like, nah.
yeah, that's the thing. Nobody wants to
It's
be
like,
spending that kind of money
yeah,
anymore.
yeah. Everybody's like, it's not even authentic. It's like, okay, can't hate, can't hate. It looks good though. And then you say, where'd you get that at? It looks good.
I used to wait until they used to sell like what was it, Kurt Geiger shoes on what was it, ASOS? Yeah. So I used to get a couple of stuff there when they had 2 years of selling some really good things. This was when I was like oh man, I was so small, I was so tiny back then. I was a size 8, which is what is that, size 4 or 6 in
You
yeah.
don't need to tell us how fit the British are. The British are, okay? Yeah, when I was
I'm
on
not
over
thin
there,
anymore.
I
You
was
see,
like, I
well, I'm
was
not
like, I was
fat.
like, I was like double people size. They're looking at me like I'm average for for me and for I was coming off of um 2 years having been military, but I was still kind of doing what I needed to do to stay in shape, and yeah, yeah,
I mean, I
yeah,
was
yeah.
skinny.
Y'all
I
are
used to
different.
be skinny.
Remember, y'all actually had eaten real
We
food.
eat food.
Yeah, you had. I'm gonna say had eaten real food. Now that we done poisoned y'all.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Some people are coming back and looking a little bit podgy after, after especially the Scots. Like all that alcohol they drank, they literally drank. Was it Boston Dry? They
Mm-hmm.
drank Boston Dry, and I was like, the Scots and the Irish, don't let them come to your house, man. Don't just don't. They will drink you dry. They
Nope.
will.
That was
They,
the reverse tea party, huh? The reverse tea party. Now the
they don't
alcohol
with
party.
their booze. They really don't. Even the English, they like we used to have like there was like a culture of what we called lager lads or lager ladies, right? And they were like the worst. It was so disgusting. They were just. It was almost like the women were trying to outdo the guys. Um, lager lasses, I think they were called. I can't even remember. But yeah, they would just drink and drink and drink and drink until they're collapsing. You'd go out on the streets and you'd either see them on the ground or you'd see, whatever they spewed out. Lager louts, yeah, that's it. Oh my gosh, it was, and these were the same ones. Like, it's so funny because a lot of Brits were like talking about Argentina, like, oh, their behavior is so disgusting, and a couple of us were looking like, I'm sorry, come again? What? Like, do you know? I don't know if you guys know that, like, the English were known for their riots to the point where they literally got banned from World Cups. I'm not
Yeah,
playing. They,
yeah.
they
I
were
remember
furious
a
on it.
couple of years ago there was at a Euro final that it was like the English were fighting the Russians. Russian fans. This is like, and it was just so horrible. Like the Russian fans were just kind of like, they're talking stuff, but they were just, talking stuff and just going. But then the English fans were just, on out there like beating people up. And it wasn't just the Russian fans; they were beating up a lot of people, especially
They
like
were.
the Euro final. I think this was like Euro final 20 or 2008 and 2012. It was pretty bad. So definitely
You gotta
interesting.
be careful what you say there. You can't say British because it was not British. It was the English, the Scots, and the Irish will have ya. They will have ya for that. Do not lump them in. I'm telling you, they will be like, I'm sorry.
I smell
No.
the blood of an Englishman, not a Britishman.
It
The
was not the
Isles
Brit-
of
it
Brittany.
was the English.
Cannons to the left of them, cannons to the right of them. The Isles of Brittany. I think that's actually the real name, correct? The Isles of Brittany. Maybe. All right, I think I lost Sister Chantel. We've been at this for a minute. All right, this ain't no Jerry Lewis telethon. I got to get up on out of here, family. Unless y'all are supporting this Cash App, I can speak for a little bit longer. But I
Oh my
gotta get things to
God,
do. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. It's been a Jerry Lewis telethon. All right, next on this, a guest. All right, Chicagoland. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I do have to get going. All right, so final thoughts, Sister Chantel from the
Uh,
UK.
okay, so I'm just gonna say this. Thank you for having me on, and thank you guys for being yeah. Just understanding and everything, because like I do go on, I can talk, I'll talk the whole day, you know. So as long as you've got some, I don't know, something to plug your ears and whatnot, and we'll be good in it, you know. But yeah, thank you for having me, Karis. Thank you for listening, guys. um yeah, so I'll probably give you a call whenever, and I'll flood your call.
Yeah, call your Cobra first. Call your Cobra
I,
first.
I, I actually have the discretion of not actually calling him. I just flood him with voice messages.
Three
You,
hours
I
long. I'm a nice guy. I pick up my phone. I'm like, oh boy.
I've never actually called Yakoba. I have too much respect for Yakoba.
Yeah, you don't mess with those.
I'm
You don't mess
joking.
with
I'm
our.
joking.
You don't know. You do not mess with our prophetic resources. Okay, your couple may
I,
be up
look, I'm
in a
not going to do
mountain.
that to Yakoba because Yakoba needs his brain right. He really
Yeah,
needs to have his brain right.
you
If I
gotta
start talking,
you
look at
gotta
me. I can't
understand.
even stop right now, innit?
You gotta understand. Look, he is probably up in his spiritual mountain, that spiritual cave. With look, where did Jacoba go? Jacoba was gone for a week, so us
Jacoba
ignorant
has
behind
been detailed.
Israelites, we decided to make a cast. I don't
Jacoba
told
has
y'all
been
to.
from everything that I've all the messages, like his ears. I'm telling you, pray for him, family, because his ears are probably bleeding.
Oh man! All right,
Anyway,
I will.
I've literally, I've talked my mouth off, so I'm gonna go.
All right.
Shalom, everyone. And yeah, may the Most High be with all of you. I'm smiling. It's a good, like I literally leave every time with a smile on my face. So thank you, all of you. And shalom, Karis, Dr.
All right.
Karis, Dr. Uh, yeah, it feels weird.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, all right. Thank you. Okay, yeah. So that has been it's a blessing to come on up here, especially in these times. We don't know how much longer we have, but it's not to be fearful, unless you are in love with this system, But if you're in love with Yahusha, then there's no fear. The Most High's got us. He always does. Every time, all the time, all day long. He does. He's an awesome Elohim. So if you'd like to support this channel, you may do so. That is $ COVAWK1 for PayPal or Zelle at karac@msn.com. Shout out to Brother Fast Nickel also. Him and I were working on Q2A. If you'd like to support Q2A, that's q2a.org, q2a.org, and our Give WP should be connected again. Hallelujah. The relationships that we are forming, they are relationships that are going to last. And they're going to last more than likely, they're going to outlast, right, this judgment that is happening worldwide. And it's not just happening here in the United States, it's happening all around the world. So that is what we do in this time. This is where we're at. And being a light unto the nations is what we've been called to do, all of us. We may laugh, we may joke. Look, that's just how it is. That's our nature. We'll laugh and we'll cry. Actually, we'll laugh even when everything is burning down. Because you want to know why? Because we know how our Father is. It may look like the end until He shows up, and it's like, wow, very, very last minute, very last second. But He's an awesome Elohim. He truly is. And with that said, family, I got to get up on out of here and get some things done. And with that, shalom, salama, siemi, shalom, peace and blessings, Yasharel. Oh my goodness.